I'm moving all the time. No excuses and no blame. I'm stepping up my game. I'm a groove school, yes I am. With groove, I know I can. Read my master plan. I'm grooving, yes I am. I'm grooving. Oh, I'm grooving, yes I am. I'm grooving. I'm moving, yes I am. I'm moving. I'm moving, yes I am. I'm moving. I'm moving, yes I am. Groove Nation inspires me. The love loose and break free. I'm dancing to my dreams. Working at the scene. I'm feeling groove-alicious. Groove knows who I am. 'Cause now is my time to have a groove state of mind. I'm grooving. I'm grooving. I'm grooving, yes I am. I'm grooving. I'm grooving. I'm grooving, yes I am. I'm grooving.
Oh, I'm grooving. All right, everybody. How are you? I'm Mike Filsame, and we are on our day four of the Groove-A-Thon. It's our last day today, and then we're going to get back to normal and get back to marketing and things like that. And today, we're going to be going over GrooveVideo, a lot of new features for GrooveVideo. And we're going to show you how to properly use it, how we use it in our business. And we're also going to be going over GrooveWebinar Automated. It's going to be the first complete demo on the app, fully functional. We highly recommend you start using it or transitioning from other automated webinar platforms. If you're not doing automated webinars, you absolutely should. And we're going to touch upon maybe a couple of other, we're going to talk about some new things with GrooveCart, so you want to stay tuned for that. And then from there, we're going to talk about the next few months here at Groove and then what the future looks like. And if you haven't seen our Groove-A-Thon from Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday last week, I think we skipped Thursday. We did 3 days last week on GroovePages and GrooveMail and GrooveMember and GrooveSell and GrooveAffiliate. And Groove, oh, you know what? I don't even think we did GrooveBlog, did we, David? I think that got left out this week because we went to 4 days instead of 5.
Hey everybody, actually we did, Mike. We mentioned the GrooveBlog on the day when we did GroovePages. Yeah,
on day one. That's right. That's right. We did that. All right. So, folks, we're going to jump right in today and try to keep this moving. I know you guys have a busy Monday, but we have some exciting stuff for you that we're excited to talk about. And David is going to be joining me today, keeping my record straight, but because obviously David is. David wears many hats in this company, but basically he's the product owner here at Groove, meaning he's in charge of the making sure that the vision of the software gets completed by doing the daily management and the micromanagement. So as you can tell just by watching the last Groove-A-Thon, I usually get educated and get schooled on the different ways that things are going on in the platform, and even told live that things just went live, and I have the same excitement and giddiness that you all have. So today we're going to show my screen and we're going to jump into GrooveVideo. So let's do that. All right, so I'm going to blow the screen up here a little bit for you. Let's see, we are at 100 and let's do 150%, 125%, see how that looks. So what we're going to do, folks, as usual, we're going to show you where you can find GrooveVideo. Both GrooveVideo and GrooveWebinar can both be found in the hot links or the quick links right here. And of course, at any time, you see these 4 dots here in the application. You can click down and you can see the different applications here. Here's GrooveVideo and GrooveWebinar. And again, you can always hover on the G anytime in the app to get back to the dashboard or go to the other app. So we're going to jump into GrooveVideo today by clicking on GrooveVideo. And let's talk about what we see here. So you're brought into the app dashboard for GrooveVideo. And on the right, on the top up here, you're going to see that you have some quick links as well. This is where most of the time you're going to be going is into your video library. I highly recommend that you set up categories and don't be shy with your categories. Basically, anytime we create a new page or a new funnel, we like to have new videos for it. We categorize things just under VSLs. We categorize things under things that will maybe just go on Grooveblog, or if we're doing a new funnel or whatever the case is. And you'll find the same way that we find that if you don't have enough categories, sometimes it could take me, used to take me 10, 15 minutes to just to find a video. But I'm going to show you an even easier way later to make sure that you're always working on the actual video that you see on a page. That's a new feature that we just added about 2 weeks ago, which is really cool. We are also going to be adding subcategories for GrooveVideo because I believe that sometimes you may want to be able to have a funnel, and or let's say we wanted a category for the entire website of groove.cm. But then I might create a subcategory for all the video sales letters. So we may just call that groove.cm is the main category. The subcategory is VSLs, and then all of the different VSLs are there. But if now we have demo videos or live stream videos or tutorial videos, we can break them up into subcategories. And I don't believe right now we only have regular categories, so subcategories is coming soon. Next is storage and settings. We'll go over that in just a minute. Encoder settings we'll also go over in a minute. And analytics is where you can get analytics on your videos. David, I had reported a little while back that the analytics weren't working when you clicked on a video. Has that been updated?
So the analytics weren't upgraded yet. This is one of the bigger things that we are going to be working now, that we have all of the elements in and that we can track not only the watch time, but also many more things in there.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think just so you're aware, David, they used to work. So it's not something that we never had. It's something that worked. And when I spoke with Anurup, he says, oh, when we moved to the new database stats or whatever, he says we forgot to plug that in. So I do believe he said it's something that can be turned back on in about an hour. So if we have a bigger plan for all of the analytics dashboard, it may not have to wait for that. All right. And then finally here you have where you can add a new video. Now, some of these things that you're seeing here, you're also going to see along the side here when we click on, like, as you see categories here. And when we do that, you can see we have our different categories here. You can add a new category, and we're going to be adding as well here search, sort, and filter to these as well when we add the multiple categories. Now let's talk about the settings. When you click on settings here, you're going to see 2 settings that you need if you're going to be using GrooveVideo. Now, keep in mind the storage settings, the way that this works, and we may be making some changes to GrooveVideo. For you to use GrooveVideo, you're going to need to connect storage and encoding with third-party systems, okay? And in order to do that, I'm not a free member, so you're not seeing the actual buttons to get that. But free members, you're going to see something here where you have to click to connect. And remember, if we look over here, let's just zoom in on the plans here at 200%. And we go down. I don't even know if I have GrooveVideo on here. Yeah, GrooveVideo. Free members are going to be getting 5 videos maximum, and startup gets 25 videos, creators get 50, and then the pro and the premium and the lifetime members of premium and platinum get unlimited videos. So if you want to get to unlimited videos, you want to go and click on inside of your dashboard. Let's just go to that right here. Now remember, I'm a paid account. So I don't have a pink upgrade button here. You will have a pink upgrade button. And as a reminder right now, when you click on that, that's opening up the old, or what is referred to as the one-time offer. So it's a benefit to you right now that you're seeing the one-time offer. As we said, we're going live tomorrow, and everything that you see here, if you already have an account, everything that you see here is going away. We are moving, we are activating the member plans page, which is right here. And these plans, just so that you know, we've spoken about this, we've given warning to this. This is only for the free members. The paid members you don't have to worry about. But for free members, today is the last day that you can click the upgrade button and see the one-time offer that you're not supposed to be seeing anymore. And basically, in a nutshell, what's happening is anything that you see on this page is going to be cut in half. So instead of getting 10,000 contacts, you're only going to get 5,000. You can see on the left side of the page what's actually going to happen. You're going to go from $42 a month to $149 a month. And it shows you how you pay. This is when paid annually over here. The Pro plan, you can still get today for 60,000 contacts. Tomorrow that goes to 30,000 contacts. Okay. And that still is limited to the amount of videos that you get. You see Pro only has 20 videos. All right. But that's going from $83 a month. It's going to more than double to $199 a month. So I highly recommend that you get started with one of these two plans right here, either the Premium Plus or the Premium Plus Lifetime. Premium Plus equates to $99 a month when paid quarterly at just $297 a month. This price will go from $297 every 3 months to $299 a month after today. Okay. But this plan also gives you 100,000 contacts as opposed to 50,000. But in terms of GrooveVideo, this is where you're going to see unlimited video. So please make sure to grab this plan today. And if it's in your budget, remember, this is going to cost you $1,188 a year for the rest of your life. If you want to just pay 2.5 years up front, or 3 payments of $997, or just 1 payment of $24.97, you will be given that same account with lifetime access. And you also will have unlimited contacts that you can use with our system. 250,000 of those that you can upload at any time. And then you can future-proof your business with growth, where you can continue to add contacts and you'll never have to pay. If you remember on Saturday when we were going over GrooveMail, we showed that it costs about $2,800 a year to use, $2,800 a month to use Active Campaign at the just for 100,000 leads, right? And so this is unlimited leads. So just make sure by the end of today, you please just, when you log in, just click that pink upgrade button that you'll see. It's not here. You'll have 2 buttons up here, one for the affiliate program, one for upgrade. If you're a free member, please click that upgrade button because this plan that you're seeing right here will be going away. We're going to be putting in technology that redirects this page to a plan that you can only see when you're logged in, and that's this one over here called Member Plans. And as we said, all these prices have basically doubled, and you get half the contacts that I just showed you. So we're going to shut that down. We're going to go back to GrooveVideo. And so now what I want to do is I want to talk about, for past members, pro members, premium members, creators, startup, platinum, you name it, free members, everybody. I want to talk about the way that you should be using GrooveVideo, the way that we use GrooveVideo, okay? And that is only, at this point now, we've transferred all of our videos to YouTube. So we're going to put the camera on me here for a minute and talk about one of the changes that happened with YouTube. So about a year ago, I would say, probably about a year ago, there was, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to move my my little plastic under my mat here. My cleaning lady comes in and moves it around, and she pushes it so far forward that if I just go back a click, I keep falling off onto the carpet and getting stuck. So we'll probably do that during the break. So about a year ago, there was a company called killerplayer.com. I think they're still around. And Killer Player created a video that basically allowed you to just give them a YouTube URL, and then they had an option to choose the YouTube skin, the Wistia skin, or the Vimeo skin. And then you could change the colors. Okay, big deal. Those things have existed forever. They've been around in essentially ClickFunnels. The interesting thing was that the killer player didn't have the YouTube logo, which prior to that was against YouTube's terms of service. And you didn't have to click over to YouTube. Normally, there'd always be a little link when you hover on the video at the top that YouTube said that there had to be a way for the people to click over to YouTube. And you had to show, in the past, related videos, even if they were videos on your channel. And furthermore, this is an important one, the videos had to display ads. So we saw that everything that I just mentioned was no longer necessary at Killer Player. And I said, oh man, they found a way to hack into YouTube and eliminate those different features. And Donna said, Mike, let me do some research on that. And she sent me some information on Google that said basically that you no longer have to show the related videos. You no longer have to have a link over to YouTube. You no longer have to have YouTube branding. Everything that Killer Player was doing was essentially, outlined now in a new terms of service with YouTube. And look, we have every reason to believe that this will continue forever, but who knows? It could be a one-year test, and if not, we have the regular GrooveVideo. But we're not even using that now for a number of reasons that we're gonna go over. But it's important to just continue to talk about why YouTube would do this. If YouTube pays for encoding and they pay for storage, and then they also store the video in a 140p, a 240p, a 480p, a 720p, a 1080p, a 4K, and likely in the future a 6K and an 8K, that they have to store that. And then they have all the technology. I'm seeing David is saying my camera is pixelated. Yeah, team, let me know if you guys need me to refresh there, or anybody on the live stream, or if it's, I'll refresh, guys. David, if you can pop in, it appears that you guys are having a problem seeing this. So I'll refresh.
Yeah, sure. So there seems to be some issues with Mike's camera. Let's just give him some time to actually look into it. Maybe his internet connection or something. I just want these recordings to be reusable in the later videos or somewhere where we chop it up. So we'll look into it. Oh, it's much better now, Mike.
All righty. Yeah, Mike is fussy. You are pixelated. Yeah, it started coming in. All right, so we should be back to normal. Thank you, David. That's always a good thing, folks, when you're having a live stream, is that you have a team there with you to let you know in real time. All right, so as we were saying, YouTube pays for all of the storage, the encoding, and the streaming for you. And they also have the technology just baked into YouTube to determine two things: what is the device the person is using, and what is their bandwidth that they're currently getting. And then they can optimize that in real time. So meaning, if somebody is on their phone and they're watching, and they're on 3G or whatever the case is, and they decide to go out and add on to their Wi-Fi, and then suddenly go to 100 megabits per second down, then YouTube in real time will automatically adjust. Donna, can you do me a favor? Can you please let Matt Seralta know that I'm on a Groove-A-Thon? He's giving me some phone calls.
Will do.
Thank you. All right. And so now that we saw that YouTube now had this technology, we thought, well, it would be foolish for us not to build this into GrooveVideo, and that's exactly what we've done. And I think it's been around for about 4 to 6 months now that we've had this feature. And what's really good about it is whether you're a free member or whatever the case is, we're going to recommend that you use the YouTube option. Why? Well, we're dealing with $1 billion Silicon Valley, a $1 trillion Silicon Valley company. So they offer the best encoding And can we match it? Yes, we can match it. They offer the best storage because they're Google, instant load, and they offer the best streaming. Can we match it? Yes, we can. But obviously, there's cost involved with us, and we say if there's no reason to have the cost, then we're just going to use the YouTube for us and encourage everybody to use it. In fact, we're going to be moving that to the front end of the way the system works. And so we're going to show you right now. Don't worry about even using encoding or storage. But we do want you to remember, free members right now, I forget what it was, but I think you get in terms of videos here, you get 5 videos, startup gets 25, creator 50, and pro and premium are unlimited. All right. So you want to make sure that if you're going to be having unlimited videos, and David just gave me a little pop up there. If you want to be having unlimited videos, you want to move up to at least the pro level. So I'm going to share my screen here and load this up to show you what we were just talking about. Let's see here, put that there, add my screen. These are the mock-ups that the way it's going to be easy for you to understand to start directly with. Let me just make sure I'm in the right section here. Okay. So what's going to happen is when I'm going to show you in the future how it actually is now, but this is really the way that you're going to want to do it in the future. Okay. You're going to click add new video, just like you see right here. Let's go to the Groove dashboard. When you click on new video, this is what it currently looks like. Okay. And this is what it's going to look like. It's going to say YouTube recommended or link URL, which we don't recommend. So you're going to start with YouTube, and you should be doing this right now. We're going to show you now how to do it. You'll give it a title, so select a category, and you'll enter the YouTube video URL. This title is what it's going to be titled in your library, and this is your category library. What we also are going to recommend that you do is connect to YouTube. So that's going to pop up like, when you sign in with Gmail at a website and it says just sign in with Google. You're simply going to connect here, and you'll connect your Google account. And instead, what you're going to see here is your entire video library will be able to open up into a modal window where you could see all of your videos and just select. That means that you will need to preload your videos up to YouTube, which is great because you can batch load videos. I don't know what the limits are there, if that's 25 videos at a time or 100 videos at a time. But what's beautiful about YouTube is they have lightning fast encoding, and you can move all of your video library over to YouTube and then use it here with GrooveVideo. All right, so the next thing that's going to happen then, as you see here, is, David, what happened here? This is...
So this is the next step when you already connected your account to YouTube.
When you've connected the account, okay.
Yeah. So you can upload a new video or select an uploaded video from YouTube. Okay,
so this will open up your library, right?
Yeah.
The select video, right? We'll probably maybe change that to select from library. And then this one will just say upload direct to YouTube. So you'll no longer have to, once it's connected, once you connect to your account, you won't have to go to YouTube and upload. You can do it directly from here. After that, you're going to be seeing that it's publishing to YouTube, but you could drag multiple files here while that's happening. So you could load multiple files up to YouTube. Okay. And here is, when you're connected, you'll select which one of your YouTube accounts. You'll be able to add multiple accounts, et cetera, et cetera. So I think, let me just see here. This is the last one here. Whoops. And this shows that this video is uploading right here. You've got a video uploading, and you have this video right here that you could publish now. And then it just automatically adds it right to your GrooveVideo account. So let's actually do that the way that we can currently do that right now. So let me go over onto a different part of the screen. let's get like the Groove-A-Thon that we're doing. In fact, I'm going to do last Saturday's Groove-A-Thon. Let's see, that streamed Groove-A-Thon email marketing. All right. So what you can see right here is I have any YouTube URL at all, I can just grab, right? I don't have to teach you how to get a YouTube URL for one of your videos. You just load your video and you put it into the browser. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go back to GrooveVideo, right from the beginning of the dashboard, from the very start of the dashboard. I'm going to go to my library. Okay. And we're going to go into all categories. And this is where we're going to see all of our different videos. At any time, we could go in and we could click edit, or we could get the links for it. But what we're going to do, I'm going to go into that category we've been using called Karma. And you can see I don't have any videos here. So what we're going to do, the current way we're going to do it is we're just going to manually add the URL. So very important. No longer, and even for the last 6 months, do we recommend that you upload from your computer up to us. Just click on the YouTube tab. This is the way that we do it here at Groove. If you go to groove.cm, all of the videos that you see there are Groove videos where we're using YouTube technology in the background by simply pasting a URL. So by adding that URL and clicking save, you'll notice I forgot to give it a name. So let's give it a name. We're going to call this Karma Live Stream Demo. Okay. I'm going to choose a category. We're going to put that right here into Karma. Okay. Give it a description. I'm just going to use the same name for the description right here. Okay. And now take a look here. The theme that you could use the default theme, which is basically Groove's video. We have a YouTube theme, which changes everything here. We have a Vimeo theme, and my personal favorite is the Wistia theme. And now you can go into your color picker, okay, and you can choose a color off of the spectrum here, just like this. And now you see I've made it purple. And my secondary color, that's like what the white triangle here would be. I can make that yellow, which I wouldn't, right? But just to show you as an example, but let's keep that at white. So what I've just done is I've chosen the Wistia theme, okay, with any different color that I wanted. And I used a YouTube URL. And I can look at that anytime by clicking change, and you're going to see that I have a YouTube URL here. So that's how I know what the source video is. We're going to be having a little icon here for you that's going to show you a G or a YouTube, so you know what the source is, right? The next thing that we recommend is that you use a YouTube thumbnail. Now this one already has one that I've uploaded to YouTube, so I don't have to change it because it's a pretty good thumbnail, but I could override that thumbnail if I want by just clicking here. I'm not going to demonstrate that right now because I think you all have loaded a video to YouTube and know that you can change the thumbnail with a graphic. What we recommend that you do is you use Groove Designer Pro, or you use Canva, and you go in and you use one of their YouTube thumbnails, design something real quick, and then save it to your computer and just upload it. Next is a watermark. This is simply if you just want to brand your video so that if, you know, for whatever reason, so that you can have your company logo on it. We tend not to do that. We think that's more of a distraction. And then if you put a watermark, then it would ask you what the watermark position is. And David, I believe in the new interface, some of the changes that we spoke about, like not having the watermark position in there unless they've, they've selected add watermark, yes, no, and then all of these things will show. And then, folks, is what happens at the end of the video. You have a couple of different options that you can do. You can just end the video, or you could loop it from the beginning. Now, here's what's really cool about using the loop from beginning. Many people in the past on their web pages used to use GIFs or GIFs. However, I've never found the proper pronunciation. I'm sure we can have a battle in the comments about whether it's GIFs or GIFs, but let's use a GIF. And what happens is when you use a GIF, you have to encode this image that's pixelated and it moves around. And if you do more than 7 seconds, it's going to be bad. But if you want to have a demo video on the front end of your website, thank you, David. We'll pull that up in a second. If you want to have a demo video on the front end of your website that just loops, well, at that point, what you would do is just click loop video, and then you would put that. I believe if we go to somebody like, let's do StreamYard, for instance. I believe at their website, they have a video that just loops. Okay, you see this right here? This is a video that just plays on loop. Okay, so if you wanted to be able to have a demo video and you don't want it to just end, you just want it to loop, that's what you would do. You would embed the video, and when it says what to do at the end, you would say loop the video. But generally, we don't do that. We just let the videos end. All right, so that's the first part, and now is going to be the second part, which is really crucial. You should have standard operating procedures in your company for what colors you want for your videos. David, did you notice that this changed? Did I do anything to, was it when I clicked change, is that what happened? It overwrote this? We had this set to Wistia and purple.
Actually, I haven't seen when it changed, but we'll look back and then look into it with the devs.
Yeah, we lost the name of it as well. So we're just going to put Karma demo. I think it was when I clicked change source video, it started all over again. So we'll just change that to Karma demo. Also, David, when you click in here, if we can have it delete this default description, like just make it like on click, that, because I'll usually just click in here and then hit paste and realize, like in most other forms, you follow what I'm saying, right? Yeah. So now we're going to just change this back to this purple color here and use the Wistia theme. All right. That's it. All right. So now I've designed the front end of my video, but now I got to go to the settings. So we're going to click save and next. All right. Always leave the video here, folks, at responsive. Let your GroovePages website or your blog determine the container that it's in, because if you set your video size here, you cannot control it on the page. And then you're going to try to be like, why can't I make my video bigger? Because you put it into the settings. So we always recommend you leave it responsive. All right. Responsive. Next, show the video controls. You can take the controls on or off. I usually leave the controls on, but if you want the user not to be able to move the scrub bar, well, then what you're going to do is you're going to shut it off. All right, but for right now, we'll leave it on. And now what we're going to do is show YouTube control bar off, mute on start, leave that. You don't have to worry about that because we have that built into this technology here. If you're not paying attention, this is the one you want to pay attention to. This is the most important one that you want to put onto here, right here. And that's autoplay on load. Okay, so what's going to happen here is if you go to a web page, as you see here, I just reloaded the one-time offer page. All right, and you're going to notice that this video is going to once the page fully loads, we have a very, very long page. You're going to notice this video is autoplaying. Now, this technology exists on any type of video. You can Vimeo, Wistia, YouTube, you could set it to off, but we do something a little bit different that we're going to show you, which is pretty magical, that no other platform that we're aware of can do. Maybe Wistia can do it. All right. And so what we're going to do is go back to the video. And so we want autoplay on load. A little asterisk here. It says the autoplay will start the video muted and the video will loop in the background, meaning it'll automatically just keep looping. And once they click on it, this is the next one. You always want this one on here. So that is start from beginning. Clicking on the autoplay illustration will start the video from the beginning with sound. So if you're noticing, right here, let me show you another tip. This is a little writer downer. If you're doing any video that has slides, okay, let's just reload this page. If you're doing any video that has slides, I recommend that you come and you start at the beginning of the video on camera, and let's let that load and I'll show you exactly what I mean. All right, now that's loading and you're seeing me talking and you can't hear me. That is the key to increasing click rates to these types of videos. So for instance, this is not to confuse you, I'm going to deliberately mute myself. That's going to frustrate the visitor. Now, if you weren't watching right there, then you didn't understand what happened and why I just went silent. But essentially what we do any single time we have, or we try to, anytime that we have a video that's just pretty much all slides, we try to get me to read the beginning of it and say, hi, I'm Mike Filsaime. Today, we're going to show you why the most important thing, whatever the case is. And the reason is, if you look at this part of the video right now, this is actually a video that's going, okay, so right now, here's some animations. But right now, that's actually a slide with a voiceover, and there's very little animation. So if you're stuck on a slide where you're talking for 20 seconds, it might as well be a screenshot. You don't have anything engaging getting the users to talk. So we've done a split test with this, and we found out that when we started this page, our one-time offer page, with just the slides, the user would start sliding down the page instantly. And then we realized by me talking up there, that created something that stopped the user and made them watch the video. Now, there's some other technology that we're employing on this page right here that works with GroovePages. So I'm going to hit refresh. Just so you know, you notice down here, you can't scroll the page. And I have this little section right here that says video loading, don't close this page. The reason here, it's not that the video is loading slow, is that there is a tremendous amount of content on this page that causes, the entire page has to load before I can get all of my elements to load. So what we've done is we go into the page and we can click on any single one of these blocks. And actually, let's do that. Let me just load this page right into Groove, and we'll show you what we do. This is not necessarily a GrooveVideo feature, but this is a video marketing feature. You should, if you want people to click and play your video, what we do here, you can see that this block right here, we have a delay, all these other blocks, actually, you can see. Let's click right here. Did I not click on this block? Okay. Okay. You can see that these blocks, how did we do it? I know that we added a delay on all. Oh, there it is. It's 10 seconds. I must have not seen it. I saw 0, 0, and with my peripheral didn't see the 0 there. I don't know if you can see right there. That says 10 seconds. So we're delaying every single one of these blocks on this page by 10 seconds. So that means it doesn't load. And then we take this page, this block right here, and there was a certain way that we made this block disappear. I think on the first block, there's some, I don't have the technology, my developers can get it, but I know that there was a way that we said to delay all the blocks on the page for 10 seconds. And then I do forget actually how we made this go away. I'd have to get Lucius on here. We do have, there's something in, David, what do you know in here? I know that we have something that says
probably some CSS. If you click on the custom attributes at the bottom, there must be something there, no?
No, we actually, I know for a fact that we have a feature. Oh, I know, there's a countdown timer here. No? There's an invisible countdown timer.
Yeah, the countdown.
We actually don't have that feature into Groove right now. And so I told Husni, and he's adding it where you can just make a block disappear after a certain amount of time. So since we don't have that, what we actually do in this block right here is a countdown timer. It's invisible, as you can see it right here. So what we do is we have here that this countdown timer, after 10 seconds, what happens is it hides this block right here. Block to hide is the countdown. So we actually had to put a countdown. We use our countdown timers have this thing called consequence that says what happens when the countdown timer is done. You could hide a block, and so we did that, and we put an invisible countdown timer onto the page. So we're building that into the block that you could automatically remove a block without having to use a countdown timer. All right, so let's go back to GrooveVideo, recap where we are. So far, we've uploaded a YouTube video. We've skinned it to a Wistia style skin, and we turned it purple. Then we said we're going to show the controls, and we're not going to show any of the YouTube information. In terms of mute on start, this right here is overridden once you do autoplay on load. And the most important thing here that most other platforms don't show is, I'm glad somebody said here, Facebook user Mike is genius. And I know that they're talking about that feature that we just showed you about hiding the rest of the page so that the video loads. Guys, it's so important for you. It is so important. Look at this on my screen here. This little video is me from yesterday, by the way, from Saturday, by the way, not me. It looks like a picture in picture. But let me get on focus here. It is so important for you to understand that the highest converting thing that you have on a page is the video. Okay. And in order for you to know that, or to know that if the most important thing is for conversion is people watching the video, your job is to do two things. Number one, make them click the video, and number one, make them watch the video. All right. So having the ability to do the autoplay, and there's no voice happening, and we're going to show you a couple of other things that we do by putting animations that make the button go like this and have a mute button that tells them click to play. Those different things are crucial in getting people to click the video. But the other trick that I showed you on GroovePages, by blocking the rest of the content, that stops them from scrolling. And the only thing they can do is click play on the video. And then at that point, we load the page, and many times the user doesn't even know that the page just loaded. But if your video is loading, the person's going to skip past that. Now they're going to start scrolling down the page and see, oh, they're trying to sell me something. So this is a major tip that we just went over to show you, to hide the blocks underneath the video for 10 to 15 seconds. Many users, and it's very popular, you know this on ClickBank, many users will only show the video at ClickBank, or this is the way most marketers will work. And they hide the section underneath the video with the add to cart button until 17 minutes and 20 seconds. Why? Because that's when they reveal the price. So what happens is you'll go to the page and all you can do is see the video. You click pay. You got to sit back and watch. And at that point, when the price point comes out, you go. Now, Donna and I are going to be doing a split test with our page, this page right here that you're seeing, by not showing any of the plans until the video is complete. Now, this video is 44 minutes. And so we're going to let you know the results of this. Should we let the user scroll down the page while we're listening to the video? Or should we do a test that says, no, this video is so important that we know if you actually watch the entire video, you're gonna have a much higher knowledge of the platform and be more likely to buy. So we're gonna let you know how that works. Now, the problem is this is a one-time offer. So people do like to have the ability to skip and say no thanks. And with a 45-minute video, trapping the user onto a page and not letting them into the dashboard until they're forced to watch a 45-minute video is something that we also have to look at. What type of support problems that creates. Like, hey, all I wanted to do was create my account, and you forced me to watch this video. So we're going to look into that. David, can you pop in here for a second and let me know? Do you know if we have any features that we're going to add into the settings here that says on scroll? So let me give you an example here.
We'll have a picture-in-picture, so you will be able to.
Yes.
To scroll down and have the video either stop playing, or you can control it if you want to kind of put it on so that it plays along with the scroll. So we'll have this PIP technology there.
All right, cool. So just to give you guys a glimpse of what we're talking about here. We're talking about if the user starts to scroll, right? You'll be able to move the video. So now I'm scrolling on the page because I was here, right? I'm on the page, and now I start scrolling, and as soon as I get to here, the video is now going to go to here. So you'll be able to say on scroll, keep the video in picture, and then you could say top left, top right, or bottom left, and then you're going to be able to say I want to make the video small, medium, or large. So now that they're scrolling, the video has to stay here. David, we might even want to try like center, right? Like just keeping it top middle, I think might be something. Nah, I think I wouldn't even put that there. Most headlines are there. It's just going to block it. Yeah. So you got to get it out of the way. It's picture-in-picture, for goodness sakes, right? And then the other option that David just said is that once it goes here, the video will also mute. Now, there have been websites that have done that to me, and I can't stand it. So I'm going to tell you you can test it. My own personal opinion was that once I went into picture-in-picture and the video just paused and I couldn't play, and the only way that I could play was to go back up to the top, and every time I scrolled, the video muted. Ugh, that kind of upset me. I really like just put it into picture-in-picture and let the audio continue. But we're going to give you both options.
This is useful, for example, if you're embedding the video into a Groove member and then you have, I don't know, the transcription of the video below. So if you scroll down, it actually stops with the training. Like click here, click there. If you scroll down to see the transcription,
That's a good
it
point,
stops.
David.
Yeah, so it's useful.
All right. And so that's also on the plans for coming soon. So again, what we're doing right now is I'm showing you how to set up a video. I have to keep resetting and recapping, because what we like to do on these Groove-A-Thons is not just show you how to load a video and put it into your library, but also show you the best practices and what we do in Groove and what we know has worked with other marketers in testing, so that, you know, you could say, for goodness sake, Mike, it's taking you 20 minutes to show us how to load a video. But we also want to give you the standard operating procedures that we do in our company and the best practices that you want to be doing and that the industry does, so that you could actually get people to what? Click your video and watch your video. That is the key. All right. So next is one of my favorite features of the platform. And that's right here. What do you want to do to have an illustration for this part of the video right here? Now, my personal favorite, select an image from the library. My personal favorite is this design right here. I like this one or this one. Now I'm going to choose this. Let's choose this light one right here. And what you're going to see is it just reloaded the video and put the icon right here. I'm going to shut off all of my Chrome extensions for a second. And let me hit save and refresh this page.
By the way, Mike, just a quick question, just to mention, we already have a picture-in-picture that's activated on click. If you just play the video, there will be a little box in the lower right corner that maybe you want to show that one. So just
Where is
play the
that?
video. Just play the video and then you will see it. So you see next to the
Just play this?
1x, next to the 1x, there is two boxes. Yeah, that's one.
Oh.
So it's activated on click, but we'll do it on hover as well.
Oh, okay, cool. So what David just let me know is that I didn't even know this. See this? I didn't know that this was activated. We have picture-in-picture, so that if the user wants to be on the page and they want to click play, I'm going to mute this, and they want to click picture-in-picture, now they can watch the video and scroll. That's pretty interesting. I might even consider adding that into our videos. Whoops. Let me see how to shut this off. I just clicked the X. I'm almost wondering if we do that into our video sales letters, where in the video I would say something. Now there's more information on this page while this video is playing. If you want, just click. I would probably be, yeah, over here. Just click that little picture-in-picture icon if you want to continue to watch the video while you're watching the page. Again, me just thinking out loud how I might actually test that feature now that I know it's available. All right, so let's get back here. Just so you know, I have this Google Chrome extension, David, called Toggle Extensions On and Off. And that allows me to shut all the extensions off. And what you were seeing before is I have an extension called, I think, MySpeed, or I forget what it's called, but it allows me to speed up videos. And I usually watch videos at 1.5 or 2x to speed up my day. And so that was making this demo look bad. So I shut it off. All right, so going back, what we did is we're choosing an illustration for the sound. All right, I'm choosing this one right here. And we can see it's here. Now for me, I like to do two more things with the design. I like to make it do ta-da, which means that it's going to pulse, right? And then finally, I like to make that button either large or huge. Let's start with huge, with Hugh Jackman. All right, I like that. I think that looks much better, really big. And now the play button, you want to always leave that on, okay? You show play button on pause. You can turn that on if you like. And next, really important, select a play button. you can change the play button from the library here. I don't like to do that. If I've so I'm going to go back to the default, which means it's the Wistia play button. But I would like this to do a ta-da animation. And by the way, I'm going to change this this color icon right here to the darker one. I'm just going to make it darker. Yeah, I think that might look better. And let's change this to ta-da. All right. And if I want to put an overlay title, folks, basically what that means, if I type something here like get started today, what it's going to do is it puts an overlay up here. I've never used it. I don't know a use case for it on a video sales letter. But if you might want to use it if you're putting your videos out at third-party websites or your blog, and you're just trying to, get it, trying to get some attention more for SEO purposes and things. All right, so I shut that overlay off. Let me just hit save and refresh to see if that shuts that off, because it didn't. All right, the overlay title, David, what do I have to do here to get rid of that?
You need to delete it, actually. I already reported it. Delete the text, right.
Okay. So it's like there's always an overlay.
We just didn't get to it, so that when you shut it off, it should disappear. We'll get that done.
Okay. Now, folks, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit save, and I'm going to skip the video elements for right now. We're going to come back to this in about 3 minutes. I'm going to go straight right now to my links and my embeds. Okay. And so there's 3 different ways that we can see this. Number one, we can look at the source file. And now if I uploaded this to GrooveVideo, I would actually have a GrooveVideo hosting of the raw file. Okay. And as you can see here, I can copy that URL, or I can click here to open it into a new window and actually see the source. All right. The next is, if I want to just share this video with someone, I can just copy this URL, click on the autoplay there, and then now you're going to see the actual video that we just created. And now you're seeing that this video, this was yesterday's Groove-A-Thon. So if it doesn't look like it's moving, you can actually see here that the countdown is actually moving. But here's the important thing. So let's just let this play for another 5 seconds, and you're going to see that we're going to get to 1:39. And when we get to 1:39, this is actually cool that this works. Watch what happens when I click play. Now the video is playing and I'm hearing it in my ear. Okay, so I'm just going to mute this. It restarts the video. Folks, I can't tell you how important this is for GrooveVideo, that you're using GrooveVideo. Yes, you can autoplay with YouTube and all these other players out there. The thing is that if it's autoplaying and it's playing for 40 seconds and the user clicks play, all it does is unmute it. That's basically what's happening, is they're not even clicking play. The video is actually auto-playing on mute. And so when you click on the video, all you're doing is clicking unmute, and it just continues to play. So the important thing that we really want to show you here is that GrooveVideo, number one, is using YouTube. It's stored on YouTube. It's encoded on YouTube. It's being delivered in YouTube. It's checking the bandwidth of the user's device and internet speed. It's allowing us to skin the video like Wistia. As you're noticing, there's no YouTube branding here whatsoever. I'm getting a pulsing animation on the click and a pulsing animation here to telling the user that it's muted. And if you're using my my technique, I'm telling you to start your videos by getting some excitement to get the user to decide that they want to click. And then more importantly here, more than anything, this is not just unmute. When anybody clicks anywhere here on the video, it actually restarts the video, as you can see, back to the beginning. So folks, you should be using GrooveVideo everywhere in your system, because there are limits on bandwidth. And here's the most important thing. We don't have any single plan that gave unlimited bandwidth. None. There's no plans in the world that gave unlimited bandwidth. Even if you were a lifetime member before, you have to remember this. We were selling you capacity booster packs, and those capacity booster packs gave you additional bandwidth. So what that means is, if you want to continue to use GrooveVideo, you can. even if you're a pro or a lifetime user, but we cap you on the amount of bandwidth that you can do. Maybe 500 video views or 1,000 video views, depending on the size of your video. And now in about half hour, we're going to be getting on to GrooveWebinar Automated. And my webinar is 2 hours and 58 minutes. If I would have uploaded that to GrooveVideo, and the amount of traffic that we would get ourselves, we would have a $3,000, $4,000 a month bill. Why do I know this? I know this to be true because when we used to use Wistia, my bills used to be $8,000 to $11,000 a month. I'd hit $25,000 a month in bandwidth on Wistia. We used to have to call and cut deals with them when we did product launches. Why? Having all of these features in a video is important. It helps with conversion. I was willing to pay $25,000 to use Wistia instead of YouTube because I could do all of these tricks. Now, the thing is we were building that into GrooveVideo as well. We already did. And you can upload to GrooveVideo. But there's not a plan that we offer that we give you unlimited videos, but we don't give you unlimited storage and unlimited coding and unlimited bandwidth. And what that means, if you were a platinum member, you still need to buy capacity booster packs because we will charge you for bandwidth. So big waving here, be like Groove, okay? Be like Groove, and don't upload to Groove. There's a cost to that. There's a cost to that for us, and we will charge you for it. We've never once said that we were going to be giving you, even back then, we never even said we were giving you unlimited emails, right? That's new here with the Premium Plus Lifetime. And we never said you were getting unlimited bandwidth or unlimited bandwidth in your group webinars and stuff like that. We had capacity booster packs. So here's the next beautiful thing. Ready? 2 thumbs up. You can use YouTube to upload your automated webinar. And we're going to show you in, like I said, when we get to GrooveVideo in 20 minutes, into GrooveWebinar, that the video that you could use in your GrooveWebinar automated, you could pull from your GrooveVideo library. So you could pull that 3-hour video, that webinar that you have on YouTube that you've put into your GrooveVideo library, and then you could play it like a live stream in GrooveWebinar Automated, and there's no cost to you, there's no cost to us, and YouTube, because they have this technology, does this. I was talking about this before, and I forgot to mention. Why? Why would YouTube have changed their terms of service? Why would YouTube have said we no longer need branding, need to serve ads, and need to click have a click over to YouTube? I wonder why. Well, let's think about it. Why would they give us all of this free service? Well, guess what? YouTube has realized that it is more important for them to get the data, because the long game is that it's almost like an opt-in. They realize if we can just get the entire internet to start using YouTube as their player instead of other platforms like Vimeo and Wistia, we'll give our services away for free, because we now have Google Analytics on the page that the video is playing. We're getting information from the Chrome browser, so we know what search it took place to get to the page that got there. We can transcribe that video because it's on YouTube, so we know all of the contents. So we can put that into the meta of the Google user, and that user is likely logged into their Google Gmail account. So now we know that the person watching the video, his name is Mike Fulsame, and he likes to watch a video related to this. They don't get that information if the video was hosted on Wistia or Vimeo or third party or anything like that. So YouTube has realized, you know what? They probably did tests over this, and they said, if we can actually get the data, now we know more about the customer, and we could use that to serve them ads that we could later put all over the internet. So Google has now given us the ability to use YouTube without branding. And again, at Groove, we have certain services that needed capacity, like GrooveVideo, because as you can imagine, encoding, hosting, and if you got these 40-minute video sales letter and you're doing a launch and you're serving 75,000 views of those a day, we were going to be telling you, hey, here's a bill for us for $4,200. There's no way around that. We have to pay those fees, and that's why Kartra, all these other companies that serve videos are going, Wistia, Vimeo, all have encoding, storage, and bandwidth. And we're no different. But now we were able to eliminate $5,000 a month of our own personal server bill by moving our videos from GrooveVideo to Wistia. We are our own client. We had to charge ourselves essentially a wholesale rate, but it still cost us $5,000. So I strongly want to recommend here, if you don't want to find out, you're going to the help desk and you're saying to us, hey, can I ask you a question? Why did Groove charge my credit card $700 last month? Oh, well, let's go take a look. Oh, you used GrooveWebinar Automated and you had a good job. You had 3,700 views to your automated webinar. You might have even made $100,000 with it, but you're going to pay us a $3,700 bill because you decided to use GrooveVideo, just like if you decided to use Wistia or Vimeo, which has costs. And in the past, if you wanted to eliminate those costs, you were like, well, I don't want to pay $3,700 any month, so I'm just going to put YouTube videos on my site. But back then, you used to have to get related ads, and ads could show up on your pages and all those different things. So the beautiful thing is now we have the best of both worlds. You can upload your video to YouTube, and very soon we're going to have deep connection integration. Right now, you can just go to YouTube, integrate it, get the URL, go to the wizard, just paste that in as your source, and still have your videos looking like they're not hosted on YouTube. Give YouTube the data of your user. That's all they want, because it's a YouTube video after all. And now you have all of these super features with click to play that restarts the video with animations, and they look gorgeous on your web pages. So the last thing that I want to show over here is the video elements. Okay. So, and I'm also going to show you, when we're done with this section right here, the new skins on how this is all going to look. So let's just open that up right here. Move that over to here. Let that load. This is the new GrooveVideo. We're going to show you this in just a minute. But currently, right now, there are 4 things that you can add to a GrooveVideo. Number 1 is an opt-in form. So let's click add, and I'm going to do the best I can here because I've never used these features, but you actually should. These are great things to use on Groove blog, or if you're embedding your video in third-party places. So what this means is I can do this, and let's do this at just 10 seconds. And David, do you know if we're going to be changing the interface here to like how we did in GrooveWebinar? We are. He's shaking his head.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we have a better way that we do this now, where you could just input the number and have up and down arrows. You're going to see that in GrooveWebinar.
Actually, there is an even better thing that is coming. We'll show it on the Figma files.
Okay, cool. All right. So I'm going to set this just to, well, let's just set it to 5 seconds, right? So that was less time we have to wait. So we're going to see actually how this looks. So I'm going to say headline, get your free report. All right. Show skip button. David, tell me what that means.
So the show skip button will be basically a skip button, like in a YouTube video when the ads are showing, there will be a skip button, so that if you are not requiring people to fill out the form, then they can actually skip it. So it's kind of an optional form on your video.
So if I leave this off, we call that a, I think the term was called a lock gate.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, a lock gate. Yeah. So it basically means that you can't get past the gate of this video without entering your name and email address. If you want the person to be able to skip it and continue to watch the video, then you would just do this. So I'll give you the both different scenarios on how that would be. Scenario 1 would be a video where I say, hi, it's Mike Filsame. I have 3 secrets that I want to share with you. In order to get those 3 secrets, all you need to do to unlock this video is enter your name and email address right here, and then I would pop it in. And that's going to allow you for me to email you a report, and then the video will continue. So click that, enter your name and email right there to continue the video. And then they have to enter their name and email address. Now, if we don't want that, the other video would be like this. Maybe on my blog. Hey, it's Mike Filsame, Today, we're going to go over 3 SEO secrets. Now, by the way, I have a free report that you can get for free. You can just enter your name and email address below to get that. And if you just want to watch the video and you don't want this free report, just click the skip button. All right, here's SEO tip number 1. And that's how that type of, thank you, David. Just give me a thumbs up there. So awesome. All right, so, and we're seeing David over here. As well. It's so confusing. That's yesterday's video playing on the live stream. And I'm like, why is he showing up inside of this video? All right, so we're not going to leave the skip button. Well, we're going to put the skip button here for now, and I'm going to click done. Now, I also need to do click on settings and integrations. These are 2 new things. So let's first click on the settings. And I'm in the settings. Okay. David, how do I choose what list that opt-in form goes to?
Click on the integrations.
Okay. So yeah, and that we're probably making this a little bit more intuitive over how we're going to see here. So now we're going to click integrations, because I would normally have stopped and would have said that it should say something like GrooveMail or integrations, but we probably have that in the other. So we're going to add an integration. Let's click that here. This is all new, folks, by the way, this section that you're seeing right now. Integration, GrooveMail. So look at that. I can let this load up. It's going to find all my forms, and I think this will be dynamic. It should actually say form name, but right now it says event. But if you remember the other day, if you were here on Saturday, we did one called GoToWebinar.
It's actually more in depth than that. So you can choose an event that you want to actually trigger to put in GrooveMail. So do you want to put all of the people that just filled out the form, or you want to put in all of the people that completed watching the video, or that watched the video until a certain point? So that's the event.
Oh, okay. So I see. So I just want to, anybody that registers their name, that puts their name, I want to add them to this list that we created. So what are these right here? These are my lists, not my forms, right? Okay, so I'm just going to add them to Groove Growth. That's the list that I want to put them onto. So it's interesting, David. Do you think that we should add form there? I think
so this was one of the things that I mentioned to you last time when we were talking about what kind of information is going to be feeding in as contacts. So GrooveVideo currently has its own form settings. We could add on a connection to a GrooveMail form, but I do not think that it's necessary. It's literally most often just a name and email. Or if you want, you could create a quiz maybe later on. That could be a feature that we had on, like, what do you think about da-da-da? And then you can feed that information in depth. But nobody will create a contact form, most probably, for a video. So let
me tell you why I would like it, right? A contact form had a list of 7 different things that already happened, right? When I did the contact form, I said I wanted to add to this list. I wanted to add to this tag. And I also wanted to do these automations, and I want to add it to this sequence. So what's beautiful about that is, and let's just load that up, and we can see here in GrooveMail, is that the form acts as an automation setting for it. So I think we did this one here.
I guess you're correct. We could do that in the future.
Yeah. Okay. You get it right. So now I've already said that if it goes to this form, it adds it to this list, it adds these tags, it drops the person into this sequence, and it sends a welcome message, or you know what I mean. And also we're going to be adding automation. So I think that might be a cool thing. So a thumbs up on that one. You like that one? All right, cool. So right now, folks, what you're doing here is you're basically doing everything that we set up as if it was a form. You're doing it here. You're saying add it to the list here, add it to this tag here, and then add it to this this sequence here, like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to have an option in the future. There'll be one thing above there that says add to right here, add to list or form. And if you do list, then we're going to ask you these 3 things. And if you say form, we're going to end. All right. So there we go. We've added an integration, but let's take a look at some other things that we could have done. I could have dropped the member into a Groove member. Okay. That meant, hey, if you want to, get access to my 5, let's put it on my face here. hey, do you want to get access to my 5 laws of a successful webinar? Simply enter your name and email address right here, and I'm going to instantly add you to a course that I have called the 5 Laws of a Successful Webinar. I normally sell that course, but you're going to get access and credentials absolutely free. Just enter your name and email address, and that course will be delivered right to you. And the way to do that, folks, is I would have chosen a Groove member right here in the dropdown. Now, I could do webhooks, and I could also do integration. So if I've integrated with GoToWebinar, which I have, so let me show you that there. Let's just click save here so that we can demo this in a minute. And I'm going to click done because I've added that integration. And also, I think it's important to show here, right? I could add multiple integrations here, right? So I could add multiple things going on here. So let's actually do that. Watch this. We're going to integrate with one of my integrations. And if you notice over here, I don't have another Groove open. So let's open right here. I can click on this Groove logo right here and click on my account settings. And I can then go, whoops, no, actually it's just integrations. It should just say integrations right here. And I can add any integration from this list right here. And as you can see, I already have an integration with GoToWebinar. So if I wanted, I could simply choose one of my integrations like GoToWebinar. Anytime they register, click Add New Integration, type GoToWebinar, and it's going to choose which webinar right here. I'm not going to hit save on this one. And do I need a thank you redirect or whatever the case is? And we'll just put none here for now. And then I would add that integration. Now, I'm not going to do that right now. I'm going to X out of this. And you can imagine that I would say, so 2 things are going to happen when you enter your name and email address. Number 1, you're going to get access to my 5 Laws of a Successful Webinar. It's a great starter course, and I do sell that, but you're going to get that absolutely free. Also, by entering your name and email address right here in the video, I'm also going to register you for a webinar that we're doing this Thursday at 2 p.m. So go ahead right here in the video, enter your name and email address right here, and you're going to get my free course, and you'll be registered for a webinar, and we'll see you on that webinar on Saturday, right? And what's cool about that is I can now take this video and I can post it on other places around the internet without having to worry about asking people, can I put an opt-in form on your page, right? If there's websites out there that allow you to post, free video content, you can actually just post that video out there, and now you can have your opt-in form directly in the video. So let's click save and next. And now let's take a look at how, David, were you going to say something?
I wanted to say something, yes. So in the video elements, back where we had Groove Mail, Groove Member, integrations, and webhooks. So webhooks is something that we get asked all the time. Do you integrate with Pabbly? Do you integrate with Integrately? Do you integrate with this? Do you integrate with that? You can actually use Pabbly, Integrately webhooks and basically send information from a video to any platform. So if you want to connect, I don't know, your XYZ Zoom or any webinar platform, any the CRM or HubSpot or whatever, so you can do that with webhooks right now.
So that's important because right now everybody thinks they go in and then they click over here and they see in our integrations, oh, you integrate with all of these things and Zapier, but when are you going to add Integrately and Pabbly? What David just said is that Integrately and Pabbly have added a feature called where you go in and you set everything up and then they give you a webhook. So that way you can now use our system and say, when this happens, fire off this webhook that Pabbly gave you or Integrately gave you or any of these other third-party companies that are like Zapier but cheaper, and you can still do it that way. So I'm sure David Lemon has done or will do some Lemonade trainings on how to integrate with Integrately as well, because that's pretty cool. But just so that you know, we're actually talking with the owners of Integrately and Pabbly. We've been negotiating with them for almost a year now. We've asked them to give us free integrations for your users with a certain amount of credits, but we're trying to negotiate something. We ask for a lot, trust me when I tell you. And many times people say, yes, we'll do that for Groove. These folks are being, we're just negotiating a little bit more, but yes, we are going to be having some really cool new ways that the integrations are going to work in our platform. But right now, essentially, we integrate with everything. Now that Pabbly and Integrately give you a webhook, you can just go there, set up your automation, and do it from there, and then get a webhook. So going back to the video here, that's what David was saying is now, yeah, there you go. You can pretty much do anything now. Right through this form, they could enter their email address and they could go anywhere. Now, while we're here, let's talk about, take a look at this, name and email address. That's how that's going to look. Isn't that gorgeous? Now, you could add a banner, and a banner is basically like a call to action button, right, David? Let's take a look at what that would look like. Let's set a banner to start at 1 second. Choose a banner.
A banner is actually an image. You can show an image, like maybe you have a call to action or something like that as an image. You can also link that image, and this is why the URL is showing up below.
All right, so let me just go to my Snagit and take a really big image and just see what happens. I'm going to move it over to my desktop. I'm going to take this image of this video, and I'm just going to drag it to my desktop, and I'm going to upload that. I just want to see what happens. Actually, let me just write right here. Big letters. Join Groove now. I just want to see how this is going to look on the video. I have no idea, actually. Replace. All right, so we're going to go back to Groove. And at 1 second, I want to load that banner that's now on my desktop. All right. That's that image right there. We're going to click select. Okay, I have an image. Open in a new tab, yeah, and I'm going to say that needs to go to http://groove.cm. Okay, show the skip button, sure. Done. All right, let's see what happens here. Oh, okay. And I could click anywhere. Oh my goodness, look at that. David, now that opened it up 5 times. Is that a bug?
It opened it up sure. 1. We'll need to look into it. I was testing it and this 3, was working normally.
4, 5.
Or you maybe clicked 5 times real quick.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I'm going to just do that one more time. That is strange. Yeah, groove.cm. Groove.cm. Well, I'll give you the video, David. Let me actually just see here. I'm gonna hit save and next, and I'm gonna give you the video. You tell me if that happens to you as well. All right, just stand by, folks. David's gonna do a little test on his screen, and I'm gonna do a test one more time on mine. 1 second.
Yeah, I tested on mine and it opened 3 new links. So there must be something there.
And it only opened 1 for me. So yeah, so we got to look at it. There's something going on. Here's what I'm thinking. And I'm just going to give the developers something to test. So if they come back to you and say it didn't work for me, it's happening because it's the autoplay. So the video hasn't started. So it might be like, it's being told to restart the video, and so it might have something to do with that.
Actually, if you toggle off the open a new tab, then it opens up the URL normally. But don't do that because you're now doing the demo. So I'll get that sorted.
All right. So okay, folks. So now let's go back to the video elements. You see that I can add an image that looks like this, right? And the user can click skip. Okay, and then after 10 seconds, we have an opt-in form that shows up. that the user can now add their name and their email or click skip. What's really nice that I like, David, is that we're not getting into coloring the opt-in buttons. We're just doing the color of the skin. Why not just leave it that way? Let's not make it more complicated. So it just puts a pop-up, and the color of the button was the color of the skin. So I'm going to delete this banner. And there's a text overlay. Let's just see what that looks like. We're going to set that to happen at 1 second. And we're going to let that go for 5 seconds. And we're going to say, get started, or just buy now. Let's just, this coupon, save 20. Hyperlink this caption. Let's just say, yes, what the heck. We're going to hit done. Let's see what happens here. All right. So buy with this coupon, save 20. So, you know what's interesting, David? It goes underneath the player. I don't know if
You have set up multiple video elements to start at the 5 second mark. Or actually, yeah, just remove the ones that you are not using anymore.
So let me let this go for 15 seconds. And I'm just going to edit this one to start at 15 seconds. All right. So, all right, here we go. Buy. Yeah, you see what happens, David? The when you hover on the player, the overlay should be stacked in front of the play button. Does that make sense? He's shaking his head. Yes, yeah. So basically, what's happening is when I just reset the video to start. When I go to click on this thing right here, the gray button, the player overrides it. So I'm just going to click here and see that did open one in a new page. So that's okay. You had to actually click on the text, not the banner. So that's how you do a text overlay. And so, David, I'm going to delete that. I'm just going to edit this and move it back to 5 seconds. Can you explain to me, David, what is a text overlay with a CTA? This one says add a lower third text overlay with a button on top of the video. Oh, so it's actually with a button.
It's the same thing. It just has a big button and not a hyperlink text.
So let's do that. We're going to make this one start at 1 second, end at 10. And we're going to say buy now. And that's the text. And the button, okay. Use get started today. Okay. And the button will say buy now. Sorry, guys. I have this stupid microphone right in front of my face. And we're just going to put an http://groove.cm. Okay. Open in a new tab. Done. Let's refresh that. And now there's my get started today with my buy now button right there. That opens up in a new window. All right. So there you go, folks. You see that you could add a text that they could click the text. You could add text with a button that's on the side that could show up at any time and disappear at any time and click and open into a new window. You could add an image, which is literally going to take up 80% of, now I had a very, very big image. So what it does is it scales the image down to basically 80% of the viewing screen and adds your image there. And you can have them click, which is really, really cool if you want to pop like a Canva image where you can say, okay, an image is going to appear. You need to click that image right now to get started, or you can do an opt-in form. So folks, come on, GrooveVideo. If you're not using all of these features, you've got to start using some of these features. These are just killer features, absolutely killer features. Let's just take a look one more time at how that that opt-in form looks. We demoed the other button, the overlay, and the image. Let's actually see it happen live here. So I need to hit enter. Not sure what's happening there, David. Let me hit the save button one more time. Open that in a new window. Oh, there we go. Okay. So now we're going to start the video. It's going to start from scratch. I think I have this set to 5 seconds. Well, there's our get started today. And there's our lock gate that we're going to say now an opt-in form is going to appear right here. Click the skip button or enter your name and email address to continue. So they would enter their name and email address, hit the submit button, or they can click skip. All right. So let me just take a look at one thing that has me a little concerned here. Video elements. Yep, that is there. I thought I deleted it, so that makes sense. All right, so folks, so that's GrooveVideo. Now, what I want to do is I want to show you a couple of more things on GrooveVideo on how you would actually do that with a Groove page. So we're going to open up GroovePages right now. We're going to go into a test site. And we're going to show you how you can add that video multiple ways to your site. Okay, so we're just going to. Yes, David.
Would you maybe want to show how the wizard looks now and how it will look?
Yeah, let's do that first.
Yeah.
You're right. So we went over the wizard, right? We just showed you how to, how GrooveVideo works. We just did a video. So let me just make sure I'm starting from the very, very beginning.
Yeah, so the upper one is how it looks now, and the lower one that you display. So this is how it looks now. If you move down, then you will see.
Okay, this is the current one. Okay, and
yeah.
This is what the new one's going to look like.
Yeah,
got it. All right. So, folks, your new wizard, looking more like how we have for GrooveMail, is going to work like this with a breadcrumb at the top with green check marks. So you'll have your video title, description, category, and what happens at the end of the video, and your source. Okay. Then next will be, oops, I guess I can't get it any bigger than that. So the next section here is your video player settings that we went over. This is where you'll choose your thumbnail, your watermark. I will zoom in over here. And your player settings, all those things that I just went over with autoplay, how big do you want the buttons, and all those different types of things is going to be like that. Next, the opt-in form elements banner text overlay is going to continue to look like this.
But move down below the elements, move down, please. This is how it was originally, but this is what we are going to be doing.
This is what we're looking for here.
Yeah.
Right. This is it. Okay.
So it literally the timeline is showing, and then you can click on the timeline and plus with a plus button and put on elements on there and then edit it on the side. So you
can treat the timeline like you do in your Final Cut Pro or Adobe Premiere or ScreenFlow, your video editor, and you'll be able to scroll and find this is the point where you're seeing your fingers do this, and you're like, okay, that's the perfect time that I want to add that. I'm going to click the plus button right here. And now I can add, this is really gorgeous. You guys are just awesome the way you come up with
the other day,
stuff.
Mike told me that, David, I hate those icons in the video elements in GrooveVideo. Get rid of them. And I was like, okay. So I was like, Thomas, please help. So the UI guys, please help. And then we came up with this type of design, which I think makes it easier, makes it much more prettier, and it makes it look next level.
Yeah, the current one that had more of this look right here inside there. I like this colorful look. So this is gorgeous. And then once you're done, you can see that you can add multiple elements as we did here. David, what's interesting here is I'm noticing that I don't know that we were able to do before. We could add multiple opt-ins. So I could have one at the 5-minute mark and one at the 55-minute mark, which we don't currently have, which I like.
Actually, we have that, but with the UI, since the UI is just strange, it just doesn't seem like it. But we can put.
Oh, I'd have to hit the add button again and create a second one. I see. Yeah, in my mind, once I saw edit and delete, I forgave that. All right, but so we can do it now. It's just, as you can see, the importance of UI makes it much more logical like this. Absolutely gorgeous. And let's see. So that there, folks, is how the new user interface is going to work for GrooveVideo, not only for uploading a video to YouTube and connecting to your YouTube account, but adding these features as well.
There's one more link that I shared, Mike, with you. This is also another thing that we're doing with mainly the opt-in settings. So I was not happy with how the opt-in settings are. Like, it's basically one form and you cannot edit it. So if you zoom in, we are going to be creating a little bit more options, customizations, how you want it to look like, what colors, how big the button is, and things like that. So this is the next level on the opt-in settings, basically modifying it completely.
You know what's interesting, David, and let me just ask you this. Come on camera with me here. I want to actually see your thought live. So we have GrooveForm, right? And we can go into GrooveMail, into GroovePages, and we can do a pop-up, type of pop-up, quick pop-up, and then we can we can pop up a form.
Yeah.
And we've already designed that form, and that form has templates and themes, and then we set all of these automations. Do you think it would be cool now to not only say add to this form, but literally just right here on the screen, just tell it, whoops, I zoomed in on my StreamYard instead. Just tell it to pop up that form that we created in GrooveForms.
Yes, absolutely. But if you remember, you mentioned also, I want to have a form and I want to embed it in GroovePages, but I want to be able to edit certain items right there in the builder. So this is going to be that kind of override. So you design it in GrooveForms, but when you edit, you will be able to override it. So these are the override settings there.
That's beautiful. Yeah. So folks, just so you know, what we're saying is that if you've created a form already in GrooveForms and you want to use it, and it has 99% of what you want, but instead of making it work a little bit better on this page or in this video for whatever reason, maybe because this video has a purple button and this form was designed in pink, rather than having to go in and click clone button, clone form in GrooveForms, you'll be able to grab that form right there, click modify, and then when you save, it'll say save as new form or override existing form. And so that's some of the beautiful things that David and I always want to be able to do, is have the ability for all of the apps to be talking to each other, so that I don't have to get out of this, go into GrooveForms, and I can actually just start right here and start designing my form right here. So this is really nice. I like this. So now if you want really gorgeous looking forms here, and look at this, you've got the horizontal or the vertical, and many of these things are designed from our UI guys, but David is even ahead of that, knowing that that design you're going to be able to do inside of GrooveForms itself, and then pop up that form here as well. If I'm not making sense, don't worry. All I'm telling you is that all of the power that you're getting, that we showed off on Saturday for GrooveForms to create the most eye-catching, high-converting forms, you're going to be able to pull those elements into a Groove form as well, right onto the GrooveVideo as well. So this is these are some pre-made templates that we'll have for you. This is all cool. All right, that is how you set up a GrooveVideo. Let's now go to a Groove page, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to let's grab a block here, and let's grab something with let's see what headers here might have a video. Let's just grab this right here. This is always a nice one. Okay, now I want to add a video right underneath this headline right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to my elements, and I'm going to scroll down, and I'm going to drag a video player right where I want the video to be. And so I want to drop that. I want it actually underneath there, but sometimes it fights with me a little bit. So I usually just drop it, and then I'll move the one above it there, just like that. So now I've got my video, and it's telling me that it's a placeholder video. So there's two different ways that I could do this. Option number one is I could treat this as if it was any third-party builder like WordPress or Lead Pages or ClickFunnels or Thrive or anything like that. And I could treat my builder and treat this as if this was a third-party YouTube video or something, or a Wistia video, where I just want to take the custom embed and I want to add it here. So I can click on this video, and I can click configure, and I can do oh, actually I'm wrong here. So let me just add one more option here. I'm going to just delete this for a minute. The way that I was going to show you was this, that you grab a custom embed element. And this is the least way that I recommend, trust me. But I'm showing you this in case you're using any third-party builder that isn't Groove. You would drag a custom embed in, and then you would click on the gear right here and paste that source code that you got right here that we clicked copy, right? You would click paste, and then you could click save. And now when you preview that, you're going to see that it's going to load that video there. Okay. Now I don't recommend that. The way that we would recommend is to do it one of the two following ways here. And that's to drag a video element in, as we did before, But what I just showed you is how you would do it at any third-party builder. So now I have a, let me just see why that placeholder didn't show. Yeah. All right. I'm going to just hit save and refresh this page. For some reason, it didn't load my my placeholder. Let's delete that. Let's try that again. I want to be able to just, it should just be showing the placeholder, and it's not, and that's just bugging me. So we're going to do that one more time. All right, we're going to drag that onto here. All right, for some reason,
we're pushing
folks,
a fix, Mike, currently
Okay.
for GroovePages. Maybe that is causing a delay in the video
Okay.
player. But
Normally, you
manage
saw it
anyway.
before. Yeah, before it said placeholder image. But here's the thing. The placeholder image would be here. As you can see, it is showing live when I click on the preview button. So that's essentially how it would look on the canvas. And then what you do, oh, there it is. You hit configure, and then you choose, do you want to do a YouTube video, a Vimeo video, or a Wistia video? And David, just for hierarchy purposes, little tiny note for Husni. I know this is a silly little thing, but can we put GrooveVideo first? I know that's silly, but I just think
the issue is we
brand.
did that, but the issue is that it does not show a placeholder then, because we need to select a video first so that it shows a placeholder.
No. What I'm saying is when you,
we can create an image placeholder and show it.
I see. Never mind. I see what you're saying. This is actually a YouTube video. It's not a placeholder image. It's actually the default. I got it. Never mind. That makes sense. Okay. So I think that we could still do this though. Let me show you.
We could create an image and then, like in a checkout form, create a placeholder image for the video so that you can select GrooveVideo first.
I'm going to show you this. I think that we could still do this, that it's in the drop down. It's like this, but it's still selected YouTube.
Selecting YouTube. Yeah, we could do that. We could rearrange it.
Yeah, so that way it pre-selects it as YouTube, but I would still see GrooveVideo above it. All right, don't worry, folks. This is just me and Dave improving the app. David improving the app as we go along. So this is a YouTube video, and it's actually a placeholder for. This is an actual YouTube video that you can see if I go to YouTube right now, and I pull up a video, and I put here watch video equals. You can see that's the placeholder image. It's actually just an actual video that lives on YouTube. It's our placeholder. So that's actually a YouTube video. You can paste any. Now here you got to be careful. What's interesting is around the app, we didn't make this consistent. Some places in the app, we ask for the ID. Some places in the app, we ask for the YouTube URL. So just pay attention to that. Here, all we want is the actual YouTube ID. But here, what we're going to do now is we're going to go to GrooveVideo. And now I'm going to look up the category. I believe it was Karma, alphabetical. There it is. There should be one video in here. And that was called Karma Demo that we just made. And I'm going to click update. And just like that, there is our video. Now, I want to show you one more really cool feature on GrooveVideo, and then we're going to wrap GrooveVideo. All right. And that is this. You're in GrooveVideo. And you have all of these different videos. David, has it ever happened to you that you're looking for a video and it took you 20 minutes to find the video? He's saying yes.
On this account, on our Groove account, definitely. Yeah. Many times.
We have over 1,200 videos on this account, right? And so what happens is you're trying to now get into Donna Fox's mind, Simone's mind, or David Lemon, or Simone, or Elliot, and be like, all right, if I was Elliot, where would I have put this video? Well, it technically was a Groove-A-Thon, but it was et cetera. And then you're going in and you're like, would I find it here at, let's see, is it one of the VSLs? And you go in and no, it's not there. And then you find out that it was actually, let's say, for the digital marketing revolution, but you're like, Lucius, where's that video? I don't see it in the digital marketing revolution. Oh, well, Mike, that was a VSL. So I put it into the VSLs. Oh, Well, all right, Lucius, I can see your reasoning, but we should put it in the digital marketing revolution, right? And then that's why we want subcategories, so we can say digital marketing revolution and then VSL. But how about if we simply just did this? Check this out, folks. I'm on this page right here. And I want to know what video is right here. Or I'm on this page right here, and I want to know what video is right here. Look what we did. If you're logged into your account, so watch this. I'm going to take this video, and I'm going to put it in a new incognito window. And you're going to notice I'm not logged into my account here when this video loads. And I'm not going to have a little icon over here. Now, remember, this is a very long page, so it has to load the entire page in the background. So you can see here, I don't know anything about this video. Now, when I'm logged in, we've added this new little feature that hijacks your video when you're logged in. And it puts a little edit icon right here over a video player. So if I am noticing, this video right here has the wrong animation right here. In fact, I'm going to change it. I don't actually like that animation. I'm going to click on edit this video. Okay, and I'm going to change the theme of this video to Wistia. And I believe when we go to the settings now, this probably has a play button that I'm going to leave as the default. And now I get that instead. Now check this out. I'm going to hit save. And the beautiful thing is I didn't have to guess. I actually clicked edit in that video. So now watch this. When I load this video up, okay, we just got to let that load. Again, that's why I put this little animation here, video loading. You're going to notice, I didn't break anything. Okay, there it is. I like that play button better, the default play button. So if I'm in the past, trust me when I tell you, if I saw this, I would have had two different options that I would have had to do. I would have had to say, do I want to go find where this video is in the video library? Because we have the one that says January. We have the one, we did a split test that we said short version, long version, and I'm not sure which one is here. And I got to keep testing. Or do I write a note and I tell Lucius, hey, Lucius, on this page, and I got to write him all the instructions. And now I have the ability to simply just click the little edit icon right here on the video and just go in. And as they say, sometimes it's just easier to do it yourself. So, ladies and gentlemen, the time right now is 12:42. And have we really done GrooveVideo? It took us an hour and 40 minutes to do GrooveVideo.
I wanted to say, like, GrooveVideo is one of those apps that you think are super tiny and small, but it still takes 2 hours to explain. But Mike, I want to bring up one more thing that is kind of hidden, but it's one of the best features that we have in GrooveVideo that many people don't even know about it. And this is the change video options. So when you embed a video on the page, like what Mike showed you earlier, and you want,
you can't do this with YouTube.
Yeah, you did a promotion, for example, and that promotion is done, but you have that page and you really just want to change the video. You don't actually have to go back, upload a new video, copy paste the code, bring back to the page and things like that. You just click the change video button and just enter a new link, and the video on the page itself will change. So there's literally no need to change the code on the page. Just change the video in GrooveVideo and it will update the video on the page automatically. So this one saves us time, I know, for a company for sure, but a lot of people, for example, in GrooveMember, when you're doing your trainings, you updated your training, no need to delete the video, go back, upload, change it, just click the change button and that's it.
That is really awesome. So just to recap what David said, which is just great. You don't have to get your publishers that do the web pages and say, swap out the video on the page. You can just go in and change the source URL like you saw me doing while David was talking. And I changed it to Thor Love and Thunder trailer. And so now if I was to go back to that Groove page, I'm not going to do it now because I closed it. But if I was going to go back to that Groove page and that page was published, well, that would now be playing Thor Love and Thunder over here. as opposed to, it is just so awesome to see how easy it is to do that. And so what that means is, in the past, like if you were using YouTube and you had something wrong and you published the page already, and you're like, oh my goodness, Mike, there's a typo in the slides. What we'd have to do is we'd have to upload a new video to YouTube, and then we'd have to swap that video out on the page itself. Now we don't have to do that. We can simply just load the new correct video to YouTube, and then we can just swap the URL in the source of the video without having to touch the publishing of the page. So David, anything else in this hour and 45-minute demo of GrooveVideo before we move on to GrooveWebinar Automated?
At this moment, I think we showed everything that is happening. I just wanted to really quickly talk about that we are improving it. So many people asked about the closed captions. This is already planned.
Oh, that's the one I wanted to talk about.
Picture in picture as well. But the cool thing that I'm working on is not only what we show you in the designs, but a big thing that I want to add is called a preset. So for example, you saw how Mike has a preferred theme, a preferred color, a preferred button, and animations.
Yeah, a template.
Kind of a template, so saved styles, so you can just go in and then say, I want to apply Mike's favorite. This will be the name of the preset, and whenever we are doing a VSL on our pages, we just apply preset Mike's favorite, bada boom, it's as Mike likes it. And then it was literally one click, and all of the animations, the themes, the colors, and I don't know, the autoplay and everything is set up just by selecting the preset. So that's one of the things that I want to add in the next couple of weeks.
All right. So I was just responding to Donna there. She hit me up with something that we're going to discuss after the call. Let me just get back to the state of the grooving here. All right. So, David, closed caption is one of the ones that I like, and having the ability in the settings to turn closed captions on automatically, I think is really cool. I think it basically adds, what John Benson created with the ugly VSL, or known as the VSL. And the ugly VSL is basically just having text on there. And if you look at even our competitor, I believe, like when you go to Kartra.com, they have this video load right here. I'm almost positive. Let me see here. Yeah, see that?
Yeah. So that we will have as well. Closed captions, chapters. We want that chapters.
Chapters is really nice. Yeah.
It will give you kind of a playlist of the timestamps in the video. We want to also add a playlist feature. So in case you have connected multiple videos, like video 1 and then video 2 and video 3, and then you will have a playlist button that kind of shows up, so you can go through different videos. Things like
table of contents. Are we adding that?
Sorry.
Are we adding table of contents?
That's kind of the chapter, no? The chapter.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I guess the way we're going to have to do that, it's going to be something that's going to embed underneath the video as part of the video player. We're not going to create any technology that we can create a hyperlink to it. Right?
It will come out as a slider, and then there will be the actual parts of the video there. So
I'm talking about this. Let me show you this, David, just so you could add one more thing on there. So let me try to see. That's AMC. That won't have anything. Let's try this Legal Eagle and see if he added any chapters. Let's see here. These usually have them based on the GQ videos. Usually
you can open any of our videos. We have chapters. We have basically
great
timestamps on it.
So this is what I'm talking about. This is now. This was yesterday.
Open the GroovePages and GrooveBlog one below.
Okay. Yeah. I'm talking about this right here.
Yeah, so we will have that kind of as a slider, so people so inside the video, as you see my picture right now, so on the left hand side, I believe, so this is a right for you, so on the right hand side there will be, and it will kind of line up all of these items. You can just click on any of these and then it will show.
Let me ask one request, David, that I'd like to put in as an option, that you put option slider or option underneath video. And
But it needs
why?
to be embedded in the video, Mike. So if we embed the
Yes.
video code, it
Yes,
needs to
it'll
be
take up the whole page.
so you want in the middle of the video to show the items in the center, right?
Yeah, I'd like that if you embedded this onto the page, that let me just make this a little bit smaller. All right, if you embedded this video onto the page, that it would actually embed all of this. And the reason why I would want to do this is now you've just given us the ability that Donna and I and other users, when we have spoken about this, the technique that we use in what we call our scarcity replay page, where, you know, David, when we do a replay, we put all of our table of contents underneath the video. And Donna and I have always asked for the ability to click right here and then automatically change to the video. And so having it underneath the page adds it as sales copy. And then you would put, you know, right here, Mike explains the 3 secrets that changed his life. And then so it actually acts as sales copy underneath the page.
We'll need to look if we can do that. I think that the JavaScript, the embed, is limited to the video itself. So we can put anything there and we can show anything there.
Got it.
But everything below, that will, I don't know, we'll need to look into it. That's something that I didn't think about.
Yeah, I think it can be done. I understand what you're saying. Currently, our technology has everything that we're doing is going into the overlay.
Inside the video frame. Yeah.
Yeah. So let me tell you why this can be done. I know, and like how it would do. There was a software in the past called Josh Bartlett's Easy Video Player. And so what Josh Bartlett's Easy Video Player did, it had 2 things. It had the video, and then you had all of these things that would be on the video. And then it had basically underneath the video. And what that would do is you were allowed to create like add to cart, delayed add to cart buttons. And it would say like buy now, and it would delay the button, and that would actually go underneath. And then basically what happened is the video player had like 2 embeds now. So you actually got the video and then a JavaScript. And then when the video and player was done, it then had a separate JavaScript that came along with it that
We
loaded
could do
HTML.
that way. We could do two embeds for the chapters below. That's not a problem. Yeah. Then we would probably need to allow people to customize that text, customize the links, and customize everything. So,
what we'd probably have to do at that point is build in like just one of those little WYSIWYG like we have in the old school GrooveMail form, where you would like build like that and then you'd hyperlink. But that's a little bit more. Obviously, it's easier to put the slider in. But if we could add this one to the list, it'll just, one of the things that we do, and we're going to continue to do, David, is when we do a replay, our strategy is to write down like everything that happens in that 2-hour video to get people to see the value. And we've always wanted the ability to hyperlink to that point in the video. So that's for that. All righty.
Right.
All right. And we're going to close this and we're going to go over to GrooveWebinar Automated. So we're going to go back to our dashboard here. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go to GrooveWebinar, and I'm going to just talk here on camera for just like 2 minutes. We're not going to draw anything today. The other day, we spent a long time on GrooveMember really talking about understanding the way that how important it is to be able to set up the structure of a membership from your portal to your memberships to your courses and down what courses are and how these things actually work. With webinars, I think it's pretty obvious at this point. We were the creators, or I certainly was, and Donna was part of that company as well, of Webinar Jam and EverWebinar. That was my brainchild, 100%. In fact, before that company even existed, I had the predecessor or the precursor to EverWebinar, which was Evergreen Business System. And I created Evergreen Business System, and I created the word Evergreen in the name because of my good friend, Rich Sheffrin, who got the idea from Clayton Makepeace, the late Clayton Makepeace, on how to do these evergreen style marketing. And Rich Sheffrin said to do it with a webinar. And he wrote a report. It was titled EEDM, and it was Evergreen Event Driven Marketing. And Rich Sheffrin basically wrote this entire report. I wonder if you can, let me just Google search this right here. Let's see if that thing actually exists. EEDM, Evergreen, it's not showing up, Event Driven Marketing .pdf. Let's see. It's showing up here. Evergreen Event Driven Marketing PDF. Somebody has it on Scribd or Scribed. I forget how it is. Let's actually see if I click download now what it says here. The reason why I think this is important that I show this right now, if this actually loads this up, I would recommend you all go here. Are they asking me to pay for this thing? Is that what's going on? Yes, that's exactly what's going on. Download with free trial? No. So I believe there was another one here at Silo Tip. But I'm sure folks, oh, here it is. Supercharge your marketing with Evergreen Event-Driven Marketing. Let's see the backstory. Let's see if there's anything in here that talks about, this definitely looks like a Rich Sheffrin report. Yeah, this is a Rich Sheffrin report. So this was basically the report that, man, you got to read this. So David, I'm going to give you the URL for this if you want to share this with the chat. And then later I'm going to print this because I think it's really that important. So Rich Sheffrin writes this report, but the technology didn't exist back then. Now, Rich Sheffrin took 18 months to build out the technology to be able to play one webinar. Then I created the technology for me to be able to do one webinar. I had something called the franchise model secret. And I got to tell you, when we launched this, we started doing $85,000 a day. We had never done any numbers like that. We were doing the webinar 4 times a day, and it was make 18,000 here, 31,000 here, 13,000 here, 24,000 here, and we were making $80,000 to $85,000 a day. I absolutely couldn't believe it. So at that point, I start talking to my friends about how it's working, that I programmed this thing and you've got to do it. One of those friends was Russell Brunson. And many other friends at the time were asking me, can I get a copy of your script? Now, the thing was, this was a software script that I created that had no user interface, none. That means you had to go into the background, and if you wanted to change dates, you had to do it into the code. There was no user interface that I could do to go in and set it up. Now, the person that coded this for me is a marketer called Ricky Mateka. And side little story to the reason why Ricky Mateka is known as Ricky Mateka is because I couldn't get his name right. And his real name is Rich Mateka. That's the God's honest truth. As a marketer, he's known as Ricky Mateka because when he started working for me, I used to call him Ricky, and he'd be like, "It's Rich, not Ricky." And I'm sorry, Rich, right? I can't get it out of my head. And I called him Ricky so much that everybody in the company started calling him Ricky. So he just changed his name. I swear to you, this is the God's honest truth. His wife, everybody will tell you that his new name now is Ricky Mateka. Donna, you were going to say something here?
I had no idea. I never heard that story. I did not know his name is Rich.
Yeah, God's honest truth. He's introduced me as Rich Mateka. His parents, everybody in his life has known him as Rich Mateka. And they even will say to him, "Why did you change your name to Ricky when you went online?" And the story is, Mike Filsame couldn't get his name right, and I introduced him to everybody as Ricky Mateka. Let me get Ricky to help you out with that, and then he's just known as Ricky now. I love it. Anyway, Ricky's a good friend of the company. He's an interesting character indeed, but a good heart and a good man deep down inside. We know that. So Ricky, it was he's now a separate marketer. He had left me and he became an entrepreneur. But at that time, he had programmed this. And so Russell Brunson, and I forget some of the other, there was about 11 different people. And I needed Ricky. He was my programmer. I needed him to work on what we were doing, a project called Pay People Online and the Sling It app and all of these different things. And I couldn't get him to work because all of these other people needed him. And so Ricky, so I started charging like Russell $75,000 if he wanted access to this. And they were like, okay, cool. Yeah. Can I get him on Tuesday? I was like, oh my goodness. The more I ask for this, the more people they just want it. Now I'm going to show you one more thing. This is another thing. This is absolutely true, by the way. This, not that you'd have any reason to doubt me, but this presentation that you see over here, if you want to see, go to MikePhilSame.com and the hero video right here. This is an overlay for Evergreen Business System. This is me back in 2011, 11 years ago at Trey Smith, who's Frank Kern's cousin's event at the Hard Rock Hotel in San Diego, California. And this is me on stage talking about this entire method. Look at that young Mike Philsame right there. Just look at that little thin face I had back then. So back then I was talking about how you should do this in your business, and the software didn't exist. That's why at the end of this, I had basically everybody rush me, the entire place. And I said, I'm coming out with a software soon for this. If I was smart, I would have had order forms. I would have sold the whole room. But the bottom line is, after reading Rich's report, building this, and having 10 marketers willing to pay me $75,000, and I didn't have the resources, I finally put my hands up and I said, guys, I'm sorry. You can't have my script. But what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to build a script. Now, the truth about this, just so that you know, this is a little butterfly effect in history, was there was a software that was selling on the Warrior Forum, and it was called the Automated Webinar Script. And if we just Google that, and David, if you want to put it on my page here, Automated Webinar Script, there might be an image of that comes up. And let's see. Actually, yeah, no, it's not here. But that was something that was being sold by a guy named Hector Yagüe or Jagüe, and Hector was selling it on the Warrior Forum. And basically, what he had done is he had taken Rich's report and he'd written a version about it that I saw was working, but man, was it buggy, and it was he missed some of the core things. So I looked him up online, and I actually sent him an email, found out that he was in Madrid, Spain, and I got on a call with him, and I said to him, hey, can I tell you some of the things that are wrong here? Number one, take a look at this. And I showed him that I could type in the URL once I was logged in of anybody's site that I could find in Google, and I was able to hack their site. And he goes, oh my God. I said, yeah, look, nobody knows about this. My programmer realized that your script wasn't done right. I said, but if you could do this, if you could do this, if you could do this, if you could do this. And I'm telling you straight up, he was just like, okay, I'll take some notes. And at the end, I said to him, oh, by the way, I just want to thank you for your script, because we've made some custom modifications to it. In fact, I think I used that script to as my base. And I said that everybody else wanted to pay me $75,000 for. And I said, by the way, I've used it and I've customized it, and I'm making $85,000 a day. And he just said, huh. Hector, at that point, he thought I was totally bullshitting him. He goes on and he Googles Mike Philsame, and it'd be funny if I pull up the email. He writes me this email and he says, let's partner on this together. And I back at that time, that's when I said to myself, I've got too many projects. I can't do it, but I'll be happy to give you, this is the truth. I wasn't going to do the Evergreen Business System. I felt I was too busy. And then I wrote him all of the bullets on what he needs to do to make the software better. He called me back up. He pleaded with me to do it. And then this thing just went off in my head. And I said, what am I doing? This guy is going to be able to help me. He's got his own developers. He's going to help me to do this. And I'll become partners with him. I'll go in at 51%. He'll go in at 49%. And the rest was history. Hector and I created the Evergreen Business System. and it took off like crazy, and it sold millions of dollars. Then we decided to do our next project, and our next project, he says, Mike, what do you want to do? Do you want to do go after create an optimized press? And this was before lead pages, before ClickFunnels. And we said, optimized press has too much of a hold in the marketplace. To design all of those templates, it's too complicated. Let's create a competitor to the Warrior Forum, the way they were doing it. And other people were doing it at the same time. JVZoo was just coming out, and Warrior Plus was coming out. We came out with Deal Guardian. Deal Guardian became Kartra. And then we brought Andy Jenkins into there. And we then decided to take the Evergreen business system, turned it into a SaaS, and create EverWebinar. EverWebinar went on to become the largest automated webinar platform in the world. And then we said, if we've created EverWebinar, we can create Webinar Jam, and vice versa at the same time. And EverWebinar and Webinar Jam are the same app. They just charge you for it separately. So they charge you for three things: Kartra, which has no Shopify component. So you would need Shopify, you would need Kartra, you need to pay for EverWebinar, and you need to pay for Webinar Jam. We kept all of those things included. And being that I've created EverWebinar, and now you understand it truly was my brainchild, when we needed to create GrooveWebinar Automated, we already did the Evergreen business system. We already did EverWebinar, and we knew exactly how to create this. And we are so excited to show you. In fact, I'm going to ask you all to do this right now. I'm going to ask you all to do this right now. I'm going to ask David to show my screen. And if you can, let me just load this up because I want that in my history. If you can go to groove.cm/webinar registration. It's groove.cm/webinar registration. Unfortunately, I can't blow up the URL here, but they just pasted it in there. Now, what I'd like you to do is reserve a spot for tomorrow, please. All right. So when you click select date, don't choose Monday. So Donna, it shows that I don't like that. Donna,
yeah,
can you pop
I
on
don't
here
like
for a
it
minute?
either. In fact, David and I were just talking about this last week. When you choose to show the next 4, if you look at it in the morning like this, it only shows today's. So we're going to add another line that says show additional dates. That will let you choose the next date or 2 in advance. And that's going to be one of the new settings that comes out. But I'm with you. I don't like this either. Yep.
Yeah. So David, just to echo what Donna said, just so that we have it, I think the way that it should be is the days should be days allowed to view. So how many days do you want to show? And then you say, I want it to show today plus 2 days, or, we follow me, like the current day plus 2 days, however we word that. So that means they see 3 days. And then once we say how many days can they see, then we say, how many available times per day would you like to show? Now that I've said I want it to show 3 days, today plus 2 days, I want it to show 4 times a day. And then you can throw the just in time on there as an additional option. And whether or not that acts as the time or not, whatever, I'll let you and Donna figure that out. But the problem that I'm seeing right here is that if today is no good for me, I'm screwed, right? And I think we get that. I thought we had fixed that. But David, I'm going to ask if we hot fix that, like this, like if we can get this literally fixed in the next 48 hours, not like top burner all the way up. Even if I need to get Unroop involved, this is one of the rare things that I'm known for that used to piss off the developers, but this is like stop everything and get this fixed. Number one, this is something that is going to affect the conversions of Groove to something that could make us easily $25,000 a day. So this is me talking about the importance of it in the app, but also the importance of the company. So I'd like to say that we're going to probably have that pushed sometime this week here by the end of the week, because this is crucial. All right. So what I'd like everybody to do, if you can, please choose sometime 3 hours from now. Choose the third one down, because I can't have you choose tomorrow, unfortunately, or choose it later today, or come back tomorrow and register. Please don't choose now. And so, Donna, let me ask this. Did I change the time zone? Okay, this is strange. Why am I seeing 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. when it's 1 p.m.? Well, 2 p.m. makes sense. I'm seeing 11 a.m. So that's a bug.
Yeah, you should be seeing. I don't know what time it is over there. It
Oh, you
depends
know
on
what?
the
You know
card.
what? Hang out. My bad. My bad. I was on this page before the webinar, the Groove-A-Thon started. Let me hit
Yeah.
refresh. That's probably why. And now I see, yep, it's giving me a just in time. My bad. Forget that one. I had this page loaded. Michelle Cheekley says, LOL, Ricky. All right. So do me a favor, folks. Please choose the 5 p.m. or the 8 p.m. Eastern time, or basically the bottom two, because it's going to be set up for your own time zone there. All right. So the reason why I'm showing you this is that you're going to be able to experience GrooveWebinar, because this is an actual Groove page that we've built. We've put a button here that actually opens up to a Groove webinar. And I'm excited. I'm excited to see how this works. In fact, even me right now, I'm going to register for 8 p.m. Tonight. And let's choose. There you guys got my personal cell phone number there. Use with caution. Use with not caution, respect. There you go. I'd like to receive text reminders. That's great. And I'm going to register now. Check off all. Can I uncheck here? Yeah. Okay. We're going to register, and I'm now going to see what happens next. GrooveWebinar. This is a confirmation page. I can see that we have set up here. Here's a little video telling them what to do. Step 1, add it to your calendar. And step 2, upgrade to premium if you don't have your account. Let's see where that button goes to. This goes to the right URL I can see there. And here's another video, a testimonial video. All right. So that's it. I've just registered. I'd like to invite all of you to do that as well. Especially the free members, because it's going to give you the best demo of the software and explain to you why you really want to do an upgrade to Groove. All right. So on me for about 5 minutes, and then we're just going to walk through the demo. And then we'll talk about the future apps, and we'll be wrapped for the day. We're at the 2-hour and 10-minute mark in for the day. So webinars there's nothing that will convert a visitor to your website to a higher dollar amount in your shopping cart than webinars. Period. The end. If you're not doing webinars, you should be. They will convert better than video sales letters. Now, so then the question is, when do you use a video sales letter and when do you use a webinar? Well, the right answer is you should use both, right? You should always be using both. But if you're going to use a video sales letters are really good for price points under $197, really good for $47.97 and ClickBank style ebooks. Video sales letters are also very, very good for upsells, right? And that's the way Groove uses it, right? You sign up and then you get an upsell. They're good for one-time offers. But just so you know, we get a 6 times conversion on the one-time offer if we can get somebody to watch the webinar. And that means that's why your affiliate commissions are just going to start to skyrocket. If we sign somebody up for Groove and they see the one-time offer, that day we will close about 3%. And over the next 90 days, we can get that up to about 5%. If we can get them to watch that video and also watch the automated webinar, we can close that same user at a rate of about 15 to 18%, and which is just absolutely tremendous. Absolutely tremendous. So Donna's homework. Okay, excellent. So that's why we want to make sure that you understand that if you want to have a business, if you want to know the Mike Filsaime formula, when I talk to people and I go like this and I take my glasses off and I'm listening and I'm saying, Jim, Sally, whoever I'm talking to, you're making this way too complicated. All you simply need to do is create a course. Just create a course. You're an expert. Forget all these other things right now. Just create your course, put it on GrooveMember, then set up your product in Groove Checkout, and then set up a webinar as if you were doing a webinar live and record it, and then turn it into GrooveWebinar and make it into an event. And then the only other thing that you need to do from here, Step 1, create your product. Step 2, put it in GrooveCell. Step 3, record your webinar and put it in GrooveWebinar. And step 4, and this is it. This is the secret to having a 7-figure business a year. Learn YouTube and Facebook advertising. That's it. Those are the 4 things. Forget everything else that's out there. Now, obviously, are there branches into that? Yes, of course. You need to set up GrooveMail so that you can set up automated follow-up, things like that. That's all part of setting up an automated webinar. But the secret to success online is creating a course, setting the product up in GrooveCell, setting up an automated webinar, and learning traffic. You do those 4 things, you don't have to worry about anything, because what GrooveWebinar does, it does a perfect webinar for you that you've recorded every single time without fail, no exceptions. It will never forget the guarantee. It'll always have a perfect opening. It'll never have a sore throat. It'll never be up late the night before. You'll never be tired, sorry, in the middle of a presentation. None of that happens. It is a perfect recorded presentation. So if you know these types of things, opt-in pages convert at 30%, or my webinar registration will convert at 30%. I can assure you that you can consistently rely on your webinar converting at a certain percentage every single time, no matter what that may be. Now, let's just say you get your webinar converting at 5% conversion of the people that get on the webinar. Well, let's go to the videotape over here. Let's, David, can you put on my, oh no, we'll automatically have it. I'll do the switch. I think the worst thing that the iPad ever did was put the Face ID camera on the left. It's impossible to open that thing up without it telling you that you're blocking the Face ID. So let's look at our numbers here. We have 1,000 people register for our webinar. In how long? Well, it depends. It could take you a year. It could take you 6 months. It could take you a month. It could take you a week, or you can do it in a day, right? It just depends on how much traffic you're getting. But we're just going to say, what happens if we have 1,000 people register for our webinar? Move my microphone here. Well, if we do that, fantastic. If you follow all the techniques that we teach, let's just say that you could get 30% of those people to register. That means that you are now at 300 people registered. Now, what is your show rate going to be? Well, let's say your show rate is going to be 50%. Okay. And that means that we are now down to 150 people that actually show. Okay. And now we have to ask how many people are actually going to make it to the end of the webinar. And that's going to be 66% of those people are going to make it to the end of the webinar. And that's 100. Okay. So we now have, oops, I'm sorry. That should be the drop-off rate. Let's do this. The drop-off rate is 33%. Okay, and that leaves us with 100 people that see our offer. Okay, your price point is $497. All right. And you're going to close at 5%, which, by the way, is fairly low. You should be able to get up to about 10% is actually the number, but I'm showing you some pretty much worst case scenarios here. So that means that out of all of this right here, you have, well, let me just see if I did this right. So that's 300 registering to 150 show. And with the drop off, 100 people actually see the offer, 5%. So you made 5 sales at $497, which gives you $2,500. All right. And so that, folks, I'm telling you, is so easy to work on. Those numbers are actually a little bit low. I think that you could probably get these numbers up a little bit more. So I would probably say that you could get this number up to about 10%. All right. And you could probably get your Yeah, even if we got that to 10%, then you're at 10 sales at $5,000. And that means if you take 10 into 1,000, that's a 1%. That's a 1% close rate, because if you take 10% of 1,000, it's 100. 1% of 1,000 is 10, and you made 10 sales right here. All right, so you're converting at 1% of a $497 product. That means your EPC is $4. Whoops. Your earnings per click, or for every visitor to your website, your earnings per click is $4.97. All right, for every single person that shows at your website. So what that means, folks, is that you can spend $4.97 to get a lead to break even. You're not going to. You're going to pay about $1 per click with traffic. So you can 5x your traffic right here. So that's your formula. This is all that you need to do to be able to do exactly what I'm telling you, is create a course, add a lot of value, sell it for $497, start going out and getting traffic that you could pay up to $5 a click. Now, if you're paying $1 per click at $5, you're going to profit $4 on every single click that you're getting. So at that point, why wouldn't you spend $1,000 a day on advertising? $1,000 a day is going to get you 1,000 clicks, and 1,000 clicks will get you 300 registrations. So that's it. You spend $1,000 a day. What would you need to get 1,000 registrations a day? You'd probably need to spend about $3,000 a day, and you're making $5,000 a day. And then you have a $2,000 a day profit, and you're nearly making $1 million a year with the formula that I just laid out for you. It is that simple. That we practice what we preach here in the company. We buy our media. We can get instant results. All you've got to do is send that over to one of the beautiful templates that we created for you in GrooveWebinar. You create your webinar and let the rest do the trick for you that we're going to show you here right now. So hopping over to my screen. Now, as we are at the beginning of dashboard, as we always say, you can find your apps by clicking here, hovering here, or just looking in the quick links, and we're going to go to GrooveWebinar Automated. Now, over here on the side, we have a couple of different things that you can do, like setting up surveys for your automated webinars, setting up polls for your automated webinars. We don't have time to get into that today. You do need to set up your presenters. Just click on presenters over here, and I'm in demo mode over here. So let's get out of that here. And to create a new presenter, you just click right here, but I'm just going to click on edit on mine so that we don't have to fill it out. You can see I've got my first name, my email, either a moderator. How am I going to be designated as a moderator, presenter, or host? Here's my bio and a photo of me, and it's that simple. We're done. Okay. Once we've set up our different presenters, we're going to need that later. Here you have analytics, and here in settings, not even sure what we have in the setting. Right now the only settings are canned responses, and this, again, we're going to save these for lemonades. This is for your support team to, while people are asking questions, because you can actually do live interactive chat with users inside of an automated webinar, because we have a dashboard for you to be watching the users chat. And then instead of having to write the same information, like, yes, there will be a replay, there'll be a drop down that you can just drop that. So look at this, coming soon. Why? Are you guys going to be adding that feature? Yes, it's coming soon. But I'll give you some other things that we might want to do, like have a canned response for where you can buy the offer. Like, so you can just, here's where you can buy it. Here's where there's a payment plan. If you need PayPal, all of those different things you can have canned responses. We get that. Let's get to the heart of the matter here, the webinars. Now we're going to go back over to here, and we're going to look at GrooveWebinars and see that free members, unfortunately, you don't get any webinars at all. So what we're showing you right now, in order to use GrooveWebinar, you have to have some sort of paid account. And today, as I showed you, you can get a paid account for as little as $42 a month. These plans here is the startup. is $39.99 a month when paid annually at $479. But we strongly recommend at least taking the Creator Plus, because that's $41 a month. So it's $497 a year instead of $479. The difference is you get 10,000 contacts as opposed to just 500. So at least when you log in, okay, click on the pink button that you see up here that says upgrade. That's going to take you to the upgrade page. Okay. And when you get there, take at least the Creator Plus if you want to be able to do webinars. As I said, free members no longer have access to doing webinars. All right. Free members do not get webinars. That is only for paid users. Now, you get 3 under the startup and 3 under the Creator. Pro, you can get 20, and there's unlimited for premium and lifetime and premium plus. All right. So back to here. Here are our automated webinars. This, Donna, which one am I demoing today? The demo or the live one?
The one that says "See Groove in Action." That one, your cursor's on it. Yeah.
That's our live one. I just won't mess with it because it's our actual webinar, right?
It is our actual webinar. So if you make any changes, we just need to change it back.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to clone this page in my browser for a second, and I'm going to have both of them open. Oops, it's crazy. And I'm going to open the demo right here so that we can, if I do want to change anything, and I'm going to also open our live one. So what I'm walking you through here, folks, is our setup for GrooveWebinar, the way that we've set it up. And then we're going to show you the other options that are available as well. So the first thing that you need to do is basically set up your automated webinar. The other options are coming soon. We don't currently do live or live streaming or the conferences, you know, like the meetings. These are all coming probably now that it's already basically August 1st. We're going to be releasing these early next year. All right. So we're going to hit save and next. Okay. And now what we're going to do is we have to set up the webinar details. Don't need to go too much into here, but this is basically the information that the users will see on the thank you page inside of the webinar as a title or in emails that go out when they get email reminders. So see Groove in action. I might want to call that see groove.cm in action. So I'm just going to save that and boom, automatically that changes. Webinar description, language. We do English and Portuguese. And as we said, we're going to be introducing to Latin America later this year. You add a featured image. All right. And the featured images are, again, images that'll show on the lobby pages and things like that. And also inside of my library where I'm looking at it. Now, next, we need to add a video. All right. I'm just going to move this one along here as well. So now when you add a video, the easiest thing to do is simply add a video from your GrooveVideo library. So you click on add and you can see, you can find your categories, and here's the Karma, right? And that's going to find my Thor, Love, and Thunder video. And I would click select, and I've added that video. There's a couple of things that you need to know about those videos when you're working on them. You need to know how long they are so that you can do timestamps, and you need to know when your call to action starts. So you'll have to go into your timeline where you edited that video. So let's get on my face here a little bit here. Let's talk about creating an automated webinar for about 2 minutes. One of the things that you want to realize, and so let's just get this question out of the way. What are the ethics about doing an automated webinar? I think it's just as ethical as doing a video sales letter. Here's what I would tell you. Don't call it live, call it an event. Say that the event starts at these dates. And for ethical purposes, if you want, I would recommend not using the words live when you start the webinar. So if you're doing a recording, don't say, okay, everybody, we are live, right? You might just want to say, okay, everybody, I'm so excited to be here. Here we are right at the start of the webinar, and we're going to jump right in, right? At that point, let your ethics guide you from there, right? But the bottom line is this is a live event for them. There are many people watching it with them. It all started at 1:30. There's a lot of people watching the same video. You could technically say it's some type of hybrid live because there are a lot of people watching it and they're typing in the chat, and you can have which we will have. We will have somebody that is going to be hired in our company full time, or they'll take shifts in the support team every 3 hours, 24 hours a day. Somebody is going to rotate. Not 24 hours a day, because we're going to show you that we don't do webinars after 11 p.m. But we're going to have somebody on the support team that is going to be manning the chat. And that gentleman or lady is going to be sitting there watching something that comes in, and it tells them that at 1 hour and 40 minutes, that this user is 1 hour and 40 minutes in, and they've asked this question. And so what we'll probably do for our team, and that you're going to want to do, is actually create like a slide deck in a Google Doc that has a timestamp when each slide starts. Okay, and shrink that down a little bit so that they're not seeing these big slides as they're going through. And then that'll be a Google Doc, and we're going to make sure that everybody in the chat has watched the webinar and understands it completely. So that way, because they might be watching somebody that started the webinar 20 minutes ago, another person that started the webinar an hour ago. So when they get something in the chat, it says that this user is at 1 hour and 37 minutes. Now that person can go into their Google Doc tab, scroll all the way down, and they see, okay, they're asking a question right now. At this slide, Mike is demoing GrooveVideo, and they'll have more context to be able to answer that question. Okay. At a certain point, the user, the person that's manning the chat will be able to know that this is an early in the webinar question. Everybody's asking, does it have this feature? And they can say, yes, that feature exists. Keep watching the video. Next question.
Hi.
Do you have to man the chat? Yes.
When the chat comes in, it includes the timestamp where the person is in the video. So you can see when they make a comment, whether they're at the 2-minute mark or the 1.5-hour mark. So you'll know where they are.
Yes, I said that. I wasn't sure. Maybe you didn't hear that.
Oh, I heard you talking about it, like that you would be
Okay.
able to know, but I'm just letting you know that there was a timestamp.
Yeah,
That's the function. So
yeah, literally a timestamp that your support team will see that user is at 1 hour and 42 minutes. So they'll see it as it's in the chat for them there. Thank you, Donna. And so now, so your question is, do I have to have somebody manning the chat? No, you don't have to. This is like a webinar that's going on, and users are asking questions, and they're going to be like, is anybody there? This is BS. Nobody's trying to help me. I'm trying to pay with PayPal, and I'm trying to give you 2 credit cards. So my advice is get somebody from one of these, 1, 2, 3 employee type places where you could get somebody where you're paying them, minimum wage, or less, even overseas or whatever the case is, to man your chat, because there's money to be made in there by supporting customers. I think that's obvious, right? And I think that's obvious. You need support for your product. All right. So now, when you're making your webinar, here's what I want you to do. Number 1, do some jumping jacks. I'm going to tell you the Laura Betterly story. You don't want to sound like your husband is sleeping in the other room, because that's what happened with Laura. And she did this webinar, this automated webinar for Traffic Genesis. And she worked 2 weeks on it. We kept saying, Laura, when's it going to be ready? When's it going to be ready? When's it's going to be ready? She's working on it. She got so caught up in her head to create this perfect webinar with all these edits. And she edited out every and whatnot and all that different type of stuff. And it just took so long to get it. And then it finally came back to us like this. And here's another tip. Don't do it on camera. Shut the camera off. You want slides only. That's my recommendation. Because if you have light coming in your room and you're recording it over several days, those little changes are just not necessary. All my automated webinars never have my picture, never have me live on camera, ever. I just go straight as if I was doing a webinar without me being on camera. So this is how Laura Betterly's first webinar started. It was like this. Okay. All right, everybody. My name is Laura Betterly. And today what we're going to be doing is we're going to be going over, and I just felt bad. I said, oh, Laura, this is not going to work. And I could tell, like I was hearing that in the sound and the edits and everything. I said, you put too much time into that. Am I pixelated again, David?
you look good to me.
Okay. Somebody said Mike's pixelated again a few minutes ago. Oh, that was actually a while back. So I told Laura, and what I'm going to tell you, this is how you do an automated webinar. You want to get through each slide with one take. That's it. Each slide with one take. And you can leave a couple of little mistakes in there. That's natural. You can see how many times I'm getting distracted here during a webinar. So my first take, I get up before, I'm not even kidding you folks, before I do a webinar, I'm slapping myself. I get up, and the guys see me before a Groove-A-Thon. I get up out of my chair, and the reason why they don't see me, they're like, ooh, we're starting in 6 minutes. I don't see I'm over on the side doing jumping jacks. I'm getting blood flowing, and I'm getting air in my lungs. And then in the car business, we called it this face. It's smiling with the eyes. And you'll always see this at the beginning of a webinar. I have this additional energy. All right, everybody, here we are getting started today. Welcome to day 4 of the Groove-A-Thon. You have to have that energy. And you need to maintain that energy throughout the entire webinar. You need to have your game on character. That's the best way that I can describe it. So your webinar needs to be like this. All right, everybody, it's Mike Fulsame. I am so excited about today's event, and we are going to jump right in. So let's do that. Let's look at slide number 1. And then I probably just take a break, take a sip of water, clear myself. Slide number 1. And then I'm going to record. Remember, my face isn't on camera. And I have this long space in my timeline that I can just chop out. And it's like, all right. So today, folks, what we're going to promise you is how you can double the sales on your next webinar. What? Mess that up. I do this. I wait another second. Why? When I see a space in my timeline with 3 spikes, I know that's an edit. And I can immediately, good editors will know this. You just delete what's in front of it because you know that's a mistake. And then it'll go again. All right, so today what we're going to learn is I'm going to show you how you can double the sales in your next webinar. Even if you've never done a webinar before, I'm going to show you how you can run a successful webinar. That's it. I go to slide number 2. And now you get what's going on here, guys? I do perfect cuts of each slide. I don't like to just run on and on and on and on. If I've got 70 slides, there's going to be 70 takes. And when I'm done, some slides are going to, I can't get through this friggin' slide. All right, let me see. What is wrong in this slide? What is tripping me up? What is it, that word here? That's just, so I'll go in and I'll re-edit the slide and I'll start again. And I take it back from the top. And I'll say, okay, and I'll read the bullet points if there's animation, whatever the case is. And then I'm done with slide number 14. I take a little break. I take a sip of water. And when I'm done, I have a perfectly made webinar that I go in and I get rid of this in between slide 1 and 2, between 2 and 3, 3 and 4. And when it's done, I have a completed webinar. How long is this going to take to do? A normal webinar will normally last about 2 hours. Going to be frank with you here. To do a perfect webinar where you want to be able to get at least the takes right. Now, don't worry about inside of the webinar when you're doing, like I just did there, talking, or if you go off on a rip and you say, let me give you an example. That's okay. Leave that in. It needs to sound natural. But you want perfect takes on your slides. That's it. Now, frankly, it's going to take you about 8 hours to do a webinar, to do a 2-hour webinar, just to record it. Because you've got to get in, you've got to get your microphone right and all these different things. Always when you're done, do just slide 1, 2, and 3, and then do an export and see how that actually looks. Okay, because you want to make sure that it actually looks and sounds right. You don't want to be doing 4 hours worth of work and finding out that you had your laptop microphone on, or you didn't have the actual microphone, or it picked up your AirPods, and now you've got this completely different sound that you thought you were talking into this microphone down here. So you always want to do those checks. Furthermore, make sure that your slides are always 16:9 in PowerPoint and in Keynote. Don't do the 4:3. That's very, very important. And furthermore, make sure that when you're recording your slides full screen. Your monitor will generally be done at 16:9 as well. All right. So when that's done, the very next thing that you do is you edit it. Use anything like Adobe, iMovie, Final Cut Pro, ScreenFlow, or Camtasia. By the way, I use ScreenFlow for all of my video editing. I never graduated to Final Cut Pro or Adobe Premiere. And all of the webinars that you ever see that are done, I do them at home and I do all of the editing myself. Why? Because I know what takes were bad. I'll actually go back and I'll listen. And I'm like, you know what? I did a second take there, but the first take was actually better. Or I like the beginning bullet point of the first take and the second take. So I do my own editing. When it's done, what you now do, ready, if you're taking notes, is you export that video. Export that video, if you can, at 4K. Why not? If you're going to be using YouTube. But believe it or not, you're going to be shocked to believe this. I still export my videos at 1080p. In fact, forget that I told you to put it at 4K. Scratch that. Do not export it at 4K. 4K is for high definition cinema, low light, where you want 60 frames or 30 frames, 24 frames per second, and you're trying to do cinema. A webinar sits on slides most of the time. Then another bullet point comes up, and 1080p is going to be plenty for you. Most of the videos that we do here in the company are exported at 1080p. And remember, YouTube's going to encode it anyway. So then the next thing you do is you take your video, you upload it to YouTube. After you upload it to YouTube, you then add it to your GrooveVideo library. And then you want to just go in to your timeline on your editor and say, okay, well, first off, let me take some notes. My webinar is 2 hours, 42 minutes, 13 seconds, or as we see on my screen here, 2 hours, 52 minutes, 20 seconds. My call to action is at 1 hour, 13 minutes, and 14 seconds. I want to take a note of that because I'm going to need to put that into where I'm going to push the add to cart button. I asked for a poll and a survey at these different times. Whatever they are, you get them and you write them down because you're going to need that information here. All right. Now you've done the hard part. You've created the webinar. You've uploaded it to YouTube. Now the rest, guys, I just told you, this is a Saturday and a Sunday. You recorded it. You spent Monday through Friday making the webinar slides. You spent Saturday recording the webinar. You spent Sunday editing the webinar. You spent Monday building it in GrooveWebinar, and you're done. I've just created you $1 million a year business, and I am not kidding you. This is now the tough part is figuring out YouTube advertising and Facebook advertising. But go get them, Tiger. All right, Spider-Man quote. Go get them, Tiger. You can do this. The people that are doing it are not smarter than you. They have one thing different than you. They're not intimidated by advertising, and you are. Get that out of your head. Social media, SEO, free content on YouTube, those are all good. Those are supporting strategies. But you're not a real company unless you get into advertising. And if you have this thing in your head that you can't make it work, that's a self-limiting belief. We're going to get Tony Robbins out here to explain to you that advertising is easy. You tell Google who you want, and they give you who they want. They charge you $1, and you make $5. Let's just go get those courses and just dive in. And you're going to be like, I can't believe I didn't do this sooner. Mike gave me the recipe. Create a course because I've got passion and expertise and I can help the world. I'm going to add it into GrooveCell. I'm going to record my webinar and I'm going to build it into here. And I'm going to go get traffic. And that's all that I need to create a 7-figure business. That's it. I hope I'm inspiring you because I'm not giving you anything that's not true. Where it normally fails is people just get scared to go out and learn traffic. All right. So as you can see here, we've loaded the webinar that's in our library. So let me go over here to show you. If I was looking for that webinar, I would probably, I don't even know what category I have that in here. Let's try webinar.
Auto webinars.
Auto webinars
category.
Auto webinars. And there's my video. I'd click select in this demo version here, and I click select up here. And now you can see here I have it. Now, the next thing is you need to put the duration of that video. Now, we know that our video is 2 hours, 52 minutes, and 20 seconds. So I'm done. I've got about 8 more things here that I need to do, and I'm completely done. So let's save and next. Oh, this one's tough. We've got to choose who the presenter is from our presenter library so that this will show on the lobby page. When you get inside of the webinar room, you'll be able to. Donna, do we even have a link like to simulate now? Do we have that, David?
Yes. When you go to links and then go to Control Center, it's an instant login, so you don't have to do any
So I
kind
can
of
see
login user.
it how the user sees it.
Yeah. So this is every admin or moderator or host will see its their own webinar like this.
Yeah,
Oh,
Mike
no,
is
how do-
actually asking an instant, so something
Simulate
that
user.
bypasses registration.
Oh, so
We
like a
don't have
visitor
that.
registers. We do not have
Yeah, so
that.
that
Like you would need to
can we add
register
that,
yourself.
David? Yeah, let's add one more little link in here so that like if the webinar starting in 15 minutes, I just want to see how the webinar simulates without having to register and sit in there wait 15 minutes every time I make a new edit, right?
Yeah.
So that'll be a nice little feature. And I think we could do that in a second. So if
I
we
asked
can do
for
that
it, and there are some complications that we need to do R&D on.
Okay.
Yeah, some of the issues we had in our old company was that it didn't connect with Pusher for the chat. So even if
Got
you
it.
connected that link, it would still have in the sidebar a login.
So you know
which I
what? Just
think is
log
cool.
in,
Yeah.
register for the one that starts in 15 minutes and just wait for the chat.
Yep.
All right. Okay. And your dogs agree, Donna. So we were at presenters, right? I'm just going to keep this one moving along here as well. I think this one needs some time. I'm just going to put that in here so we can continue here. And the reason why I'm doing a separate webinar here, there's going to be some things that I want to do when we get to the timestamps that I don't want to mess with when we're live over here. All right, so I'm going to hit save and next here. And this is where we go into the schedule. And David, we spoke about adding ways to edit these different things, right? Because okay, so that's being done. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just hit save and next here. I don't want to break any of this, okay? But we're going to do it over here on this one. So there's a couple of different things here that actually, let's see the way that we set it up so that we can at least see how we set ours up. So this works as we have nothing down here as a schedule. So what we need to do is we need to decide first, is it recurring? So does this repeat? It repeats every single day. I believe that's the way that you'd want to set that up, and Donna will correct me if I'm wrong. But this is basically, you're going to want to go back and watch this, and this is our recommended settings for this. The next thing that you want to do is you want to choose the times. So I'm going to start at 11 a.m. The user's own time zone, and I'm going to recur every 3 hours. Why? Because I know that my webinar is 2 hours and 50 minutes. So I'm going to have it start every 3 hours. That means it's going to start at 11, and then it'll go at 2 and 5 and 8 and 11. So I'm going to give it a start date of today. Why not? All right. And I'm going to give it an end date of never. Enable never ending schedules. That's it. I don't even think I can click in here now that I've enabled this. Okay. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click add. And that is all set there. Now there's a couple of other things that we want to do. Now, obviously there's a one time, but we're not going to do that. When would you do a one time? If you're doing a launch, maybe, and you are literally telling everybody that we're doing a Q&A webinar this Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern time, and the launch closes at 5 p.m. So you need to get here. You would set up a webinar to play one time, and the user doesn't get to pick something that's convenient for them. But this is going to be more, when we go for live webinars, but for right now, we're talking about automated webinars. Now we're going to go into the schedule settings. Okay. And let's actually take a look at what we did over here. All right. So allow instant watch replay. This is a feature that is a legacy feature of Evergreen Business System and EverWebinar. The truth is we've tested this and it just hurts conversions. So I would like to remove it from our list here. There could be some person that has an email follow-up sequence that tells people, and there's a use case for it, but Donna and I are going to tell you, we have tested this, and allowing people to watch a replay makes them not feel that they're watching live with people, and they feel like they're watching Top Gun in the theater by themselves, and that affects conversions. So don't choose this. So the next thing that we have here is we allow late attendance. And so what is that right here? That once we do that, that means you may display in the registration box any session that might have started within the past 60 minutes. The purpose for this feature is to let people join as already running a webinar instead of forcing them to wait for the next one. All right. And it also allows you to set up insertion points and things. So what you see here is we say that we insert them 14 minutes in, and the max join time is 30 minutes. So let's actually just put that in here. We insert them at 14 minutes, but we allow them to see that registration 30 minutes past. Now, Donna, I don't even know that we need this, right? We could probably shut this off if we have just in time. Donna may have stepped out, but yeah, I'm trying to think right now, if we're doing just in time that starts every 15 minutes. See, I always thought late attendance was about them showing up late, like they registered on time. I'm going to wait for Donna to come back, and then we'll talk about it when she comes. Yes.
I heard you call me, but I didn't hear. It's about late attendance. Late attendance is if they click the link after the event starts.
That's not the way this reads, though. And that's the way that it should
might be wrong.
Well, listen to what it reads. It reads that you may display in the registration box, meaning that the webinar already started. Any session that might be started within the next 60 minutes, they can still register. The purpose of this feature is to let people join as already a webinar that already started. And then at this point, I'm allowing them to join something that's 30 minutes late and seeing 14 minutes. I'm thinking we should see what I always thought the way the late attendance should be. And David, this is the way that this should have been programmed. I don't think that this should have anything to do with registration.
I believe the copy is wrong.
Okay.
That it does what you think it does, that the copy is wrong, but I will check and confirm.
All right. So if that's the case, Donna will help us rewrite the copy. And if it's not, then it's programmed wrong and we'll shut this off. But basically what this copy should say is this, is that if the user registered for a particular webinar and they show up, at what point will you tell them they can no longer join the webinar? And that's how I program, me and Donna built this. And what that means is if they show up more than 30 minutes late, it's breaking the illusion. Like we can't let them show up 4 hours late. At a certain point, we have to say it's too late to join the webinar. So that's the max join time. And then the next question is, at what timestamp do we insert them? And I insert those folks in at the 14-minute mark. Why? Because the 14-minute mark is where I'm basically done talking about the bio and the company, and they really haven't missed anything. So that's the point where even if they come in 29 minutes late, I'm gonna set them back in at the 14-minute mark. All right. Now the next thing here is enable just in time, and Donna has tested this extensively. And so, and she's also tested that you want to set this up to just in time to go at every 15 minutes and using the user's own time zone. So what does that mean? That means if you set the webinars to play at 11 a.m., 2 p.m., 5 p.m., and 8 p.m. So remember that we said 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. But if the user shows up at 2:31, we're going to tell them that there's a webinar starting at 2:45. Every 15 minutes on the hour. Now, personally, in terms of reality or simulating real life, having it start at the top of the hour will actually appear to be more realistic. But Donna's tested this, and if somebody comes in at 2:02 p.m., then you're not going to show them a next timestamp until 3 p.m. Now they've got to watch that countdown page for 57 minutes and 55 seconds, and they've got to sit there like this. You know what happens? It's time to eat lunch. It's time to go surf on the web. It's time to watch a YouTube video. It's time to take a break, and they leave their computer, and then that thing redirects them to the webinar with their speakers over here just hanging, and they don't even know the webinar started. And then they come in and they find out that it's 2 hours into the webinar. The point that we're making is that if the window is only between 15 minutes or less, generally, half the time, it's going to be less than 7 minutes, or it's going to be 3 minutes sometimes, or 4 minutes. And at worst, maybe 14 minutes. And at that point, that person is going to say, all right, this webinar is starting in 11 minutes and 22 seconds. Hold on a second. Let me go downstairs. Let me get my coffee and get back up here. And so the bottom line that we want to do, that we try to achieve, is we're trying to achieve a maximum show rate. That's law number 2 of a successful webinar, is increasing the show rate. So that's it. Now, we will tell you this. This is a fact, but this is still the best way that it converts. You will have more drop off, because somebody that makes an appointment to see the webinar tomorrow at 11 and adds it to their calendar is blocking it out in their calendar. The person that says, I'm going to watch it in 11 minutes is basically electing to join a 1, 2, or a 3 hour webinar right in, and they really didn't block out their schedule for it. So you are going to have a lot more of dropout. It's just the way it is. But in a perfect world, you have to choose whether you have it or not. You're going to have the highest conversions by putting this on there. Here's another question, Mike. How long should a webinar be? Yours is 2 hours and 50 minutes. Don't use hours as a guide. We're demoing software, folks, and we're not just demoing ClickFunnels. We're demoing GroovePages, which is like ClickFunnels, plus ActiveCampaign, Shopify. Like, I have to go through 10 different apps in my demo, and I have to close, and I have to all that stuff. My advice to you is, if you can actually get your webinar into 1 hour, by the time you hit the call to action, you can have your webinar be an hour and 20 minutes, an hour and 40 minutes. That's acceptable, but you cannot have your call to action, my advice to you, come past the 59-minute mark. You want to get that at least at the 55-minute mark, when you're saying, here's the price and here's the buy button, okay? We're at the 3 hour mark already right now for the day. So I'm going to try to get us out of here today by 3 o'clock. All right, so moving on, looking at my screen in full here. We set it up for every hour. Now, do we hide nighttime schedules? We actually do. And I recommend that you hide nighttime schedules. We hide them from 11 p.m. to 8 a.m. So let's do that right here in the demo one that I'm setting up. Why? Well, this is Mike Filsame on the webinar, and you're in France, and you're up early at 5 a.m. in the morning, and you see that there's a webinar starting at 6 a.m. and, well, I'm 5 hours ahead from Mike. Well, that's 1 a.m. in the morning. Do you actually want your user to start a webinar that they're going to hear themselves saying, hi, everybody, it's Mike Filsame, let's get started. And you're saying, well, it's 3 a.m. in the morning. Now, look, once we already set this thing up for the user's own time zone, it doesn't matter. It is going to play between 9 a.m. and 11 p.m. I'm trying to close this here. My screen locked up. There we go. You're going to have to assume that at some point it's going to break, quote unquote, that fourth wall, and the user's going to be like, wait a second, this is a convenient time for me. I live in Australia, but is Mike Filsame really up there? Folks, what can I tell you? There's going to be that. You can't get around it, because you want the convenience of doing it in the user's own time zone. If you're going to get this stuff stuck in your head, that they're going to be thinking, what time did Mike Filsame wake up today? Because I'm in New Zealand and he's in New York City. Well, then be my guest and hard code this thing for Eastern time, but you're not going to get anybody in Australia or New Zealand to watch your webinars, because they're going to be sleeping at the times that you set it for. So don't overthink this thing. It's trying to simulate a live event, but the bottom line is the person's going to watch the webinar. And if they're in Australia, New Zealand, it might happen to be at 1 a.m. Eastern time, and it's 1 p.m. their time. That's just the way it is. But your users are not going to be thinking this sophistication type of stuff. And look, many users know who Mike Filsame is. When it comes to you, you may be just, an anonymous marketer teaching people health and wellness. Your customers won't overthink these things. So let's move on. And we are now going to add one more thing in here. We are going to block holidays. I didn't add any additional because, we also have these things here. Display schedules, right? How many available sessions would you like to display? That's the one thing that we missed right here. There's supposed to be display days is going to be right above this. So how many days do you want to show? What I think we should word it, David, is today plus one, or maybe just say today, tomorrow, and the next day. I don't know. Or I think today plus one would be better. Instead of just saying one, I would like to use the expression today plus one, today plus 2 days, today plus 3 days. So that way our users would, because right now it doesn't have that, they can't register for tomorrow.
So how would it work if I set up today plus 2 days? Then it will show, like, for example, it is set up at 4. How many available sessions would you like to display? It's set up to 4. It will show 2 for today and 2 for tomorrow, or how would it work?
It would work like this. When they click here, they're going to see select a date. So no times would show yet. Okay. So they're going to see Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. If I said today plus today only, would say Monday. If I said today plus one, it would say Monday and Tuesday. If I said today plus 2, it would say Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. If I said today plus 3, it would say Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, etc. Now let me show you where that actually works. So this is Glenn Ledwell's. Okay. So we're going to claim, and we're going to go to his website that does it here. All right. So I'm going to click grab my free spot, and you'll see what happens is I select a date. See what happens? I'm given Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And once I choose my date, like I know that today is just not good for me, and tomorrow I'm getting hair surgery, so I'm going to go with Wednesday. Now I choose my time. I like that. Select local viewing time, and then it automatically shows me my times here, and I would choose it here. And once I choose that, I now enter my first name, etc. So if you actually want to see that, David, I'm going to drop that URL in for you right here so that you can actually see how that that works there. And let me just look at hours here. Yeah, so what we would do is we would be taking the times. We would be taking the times and making that a separate step. So first it's just the day, and it would then say Monday. And then after that, it would simply just say, and I think that the time should go first as well. If you just look at the way that they did it, it's actually, I clicked it twice. It's actually nice and clean that after you choose the date, it just says Monday, July 11th. Let's see how Hours says it. Hours says Monday, July 11th. I think you could get rid of the 2022. Donna, don't you agree? We don't need the year. It's just too much information.
I agree.
So yeah, let's get rid of the year, and look how clean this looks, right? Monday, July 11th. That's all I need. I don't need 2022. Just too much information for my eyes. Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. And so now that I choose Tuesday, when you look at the time, they put the time first, 1 p.m. Eastern. And Hours reads, Hours. I would actually put the time zone the way that they did it there too, David. I really like that.
We have the time zone as a next selector, so that's why we don't put it there. Like we have a time zone selector.
I see. So, Donna, do we need a time zone selector when we make it say user zone time zone? Shouldn't it just force it? Like they shouldn't drop it down, and there should just be.
This has this geotagging, or it recognizes where the user is from, what time zone should it put it, but we still allow people to change it in case they want to change it for some reason.
EverWebinar does it better. Donna, do you know where I could find? I think if I go to Kartra and I leave the pricing page or something, it asks me to register. Let me see.
So one of the things that we did in EverWebinar was, because sometimes using the geo-targeting, 2 time zones will come up. So if you're like on the border of Arizona, for instance, it'll show up both Arizona time and Mountain time, because it doesn't necessarily know which of the time zones you're in. So what EverWebinar did was, in the case where there might be a choice, or it would pop the very likely one to the top and then still give all of the options. So the default at the top would be the one that the browser thinks is your time zone. And then I believe we forced all of the US time zones to the top of the list and then alphabetical from there.
Let me see how they do it here. They have, because I know that Kartra had it, EverWebinar has it with a little, like it tells you that this is the time zone, and it just has a little text that says change. Like it automatically picks it. I'd really like to just find one of those. Do you know how this marketplace works here, Donna? The on-demand marketplace?
It doesn't look the same as it used to, so I'm not sure, but it should just be a regular old set of auto webinars.
Yeah, let me just go to the main page here. Live events. Okay, so let's click on this one right here. Register for this webinar. Now let's take a look. What is this?
That is a 404 page for their website.
No, this is actually a webinar page. That's not. They have
That's
somebody in their marketplace.
Page. It says we can't find that page on it. It's the 404 page for online music.
I see. Gotcha. All right, let's try this person here. Oh, that one says watch. So I need to go back. And I want somebody live. Okay, this is upcoming Monday, July 7th at 7 p.m. is the next one. I'm going to register. Okay, here should be an EverWebinar or Webinar Jam button. And this is how they're going to deal with the time zone. All right, so they do right here like this, convert to other time zones. So they do have the two here, Dublin or whatever. So because this person's fixing it, and they have this convert here to select the time zone, which I like better. Let's just go back and just
notice in that,
and we can have a call about this.
US time zones were pushed to the top.
Yeah. All right, but they do. Oh, they're just doing just one, so we don't have the ability right now to see how they do multiple days. But we can certainly have a talk about this this later. But I feel that we can optimize this button right here, this time zone thing, to just basically show it and have a little text link that says change. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a step. And then the time zone will be, since I already set my webinar up to say user zone time zone, then we can actually just have it do something like this. And we can have a little button here that says time zone, Eastern, change, like that. So we'll have talks about that. All right. So moving on, we're getting back to blocking holidays. We were talking about blocking short-term registrations. And what we do is we're not blocking any short-term registrations. So we're allowing people to register short-term. So what is that for? That means that if you wanted to, let me go over to here. Am I missing something? Is there a reason why this drop down doesn't work? Let me just hit save and next and come back to it. I'm in the demo one right now. David, Donna, am I missing something here?
There, block registration will be disabled when just-in-time mark mode is enabled.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay. Well, there you go. Thank you, David. So I'm in the demo webinar, so I have just-in-time. So, and that makes sense. So we're going to shut the just-in-time off so I can show you an example of when you want to block out that, in other words, they're not going to see any dates and time today and the next, or today and tomorrow. So meaning today's Monday, I'm not going to allow them to see any options for today and tomorrow. The only options they're going to see first are going to be for Wednesday. Now, why would you want to do this? Well, there are some marketers that have such strong indoctrination sequences and what's known as the training starts now on the thank you page, so that what they want to do is they want to prime the people before the webinar. And so they're going to have a training on day one and a training on day two, that a video that they want people to watch before they get on the webinar. And they have a really well-written follow-up sequence to really get people excited about the webinar. That is a really good strategy when you're doing live webinars. Okay. It's a really good strategies for when you're doing live webinars. We're going to recommend you don't worry about that. And you just set these things up to do a just-in-time webinar, because the bottom line is, what do we want to do? Just like in GrooveVideo, we want them to click the video and watch the video. In GrooveWebinar, our goal is to get them onto the webinar and watch the webinar. If we have a captivating webinar that's starting in the next 15 minutes and they start watching and we do a good job, they're going to stick around for the webinar. All right. So let's move on to David. That one says I need to log in to see that. So I'm just going to log in. Let's see. Unless it's a wrong URL.
I dropped this
to be
link
logged into that
for later on. We can maybe show it. This is just how the new UI for the wizard
Cool.
will look like. Maybe we can go through
Excellent.
how it looks now, but maybe later show it.
Yep. So yeah, for that one, I had to be logged in. It wasn't public. All right. So the next thing, folks, here, we're going to move along a lot quicker from here on out, because the schedules is really where the complexity was, is we preset holidays for you. You can see here July 4th, but you know, if you're in the UK, you're going to hit the trash button there because you don't celebrate Independence Day, or you may want to leave it on. And why would you want to leave it on? Well, if you're in the UK and you're servicing the market in America, you may not want to have people watching a webinar on the 4th of July because for whatever reason. So we also block out Christmas, and we block out New Year's Day, not New Year's Eve. If you want to put New Year's Eve, you would add that. You could add any dates to block. You want to add any holidays that suit your faith, or for whatever reason you want to block out anything, you can add more. All right. So that is how you set up the schedule settings and the schedule type. And we're going to do that over here as well. And I'm going to hit the save and next button here. And we're going to move on to how you set up the engaging your attendees section here. Now, folks, this part right here, these next sets that we're going up are the parts that are going to take a little bit of what I call the grind into setting up a webinar. Number one, we're just going to walk you through how we did it. Video player full screen, we said no. Now, you may say, Mike, you're doing video demos of like walkthroughs of Groove. Wouldn't you want them to be able to see the video full screen? Absolutely not. When they can't see full screen, now they're going to hear me going, okay, on the right side of your screen, you're going to see a button that says buy now. And this person is so engaged, they're just watching the video going, I don't see any button that says buy now. What do I do right now? Remember, we're always dealing with everybody's grandma or grandpa, right? And that person doesn't know, right, that they have to hit the escape button. It's the only way to get out of full screen. And we don't want to assume that. So we highly recommend that you follow our advice and you tell people on your thank you pages and in your emails and your text messages that this webinar is not optimized for mobile. Make sure to be on a desktop or a laptop to watch. And trust me when I tell you, the way that we've designed this user interface, that video is going to take up at least 80% of the screen. So they don't need the extra 20% to go full, because you want the chat there so that when you say, I've just dropped a poll, or I've just dropped a survey, or there's a sticky message, or the buy now, or information from they asked a question earlier, then they went full screen, and now you answered their question for support, they're not going to see it. So we disable that. I spend a lot of time going over this stuff, but I want you to know when you get there, what's the rationale behind a strategy to leave something off that may make the viewing pleasure a little better for someone. Now, show avatars. User avatars, when enabled, users' avatars will show in the chat and question section on the webinar. Now, David, do we use Gravatar for that? Can you? What avatar is that?
Yeah, so it's a Groove avatar. If somebody has it, if somebody doesn't, then we'll just show just a kind of a Facebook style empty profile silhouette or something.
Do we have something where they could like? Well, it doesn't matter. It's an automated webinar, but yeah, so that's fine. Next is show click sound for illustration. Leave this on. The bottom line is here, folks, is this is a video, okay? This is a video. So we have to follow the rules of Safari, Chrome, and Firefox browsers that do not allow audio to start automatically. Now, there's ways that we could stream the technology. Those costs are immense to you and they're immense to us. And it's going to cost you a lot of money each week to do your webinars. That's why software programs like Stealth Seminar are extremely expensive for a limited amount of views. We think it's just easier for us to not have to worry about streaming the technology. We put a video. David, we have an overlay on the video that they can't right click or view source or anything like that anyway. So the user will never know. So what's going to happen is you're going to show the click for sound illustration that it's going to animate like this, so that when the user gets there, if you had a live on camera or whatever the case is, they're going to just have to click for sound. And what that does is that resets the video to the start of the video or the insertion point. And trust me when I tell you, when people get on and they see that they don't see audio and it says click for sound, it's a great way to get them to engage and start the video. All right. And then so here we've chosen I click sound 4. I guess that's this one. Yep. And we have ta-da. We made the image huge. I'm going to probably just switch that to the darker one. So next here, folks, is where you set up polls. As I said, I'm going to walk through this really, really quick. But remember, this is to simulate. So what we always recommend so that you can be as true to you can is get your poll data from a live webinar. So if you do a live webinar, you've done a poll and you do a poll and you find out that 50% of the people say they're newbies, 20% of the people say they're affiliate marketers, and 30% of the people say they're information marketers. Well, when you create a poll here, you actually are creating a simulation. All right. And it's going to allow the user to participate in the poll, but the data is not used in the poll. What happens is when you create a poll and you say it starts here and it ends here, it's going to actually allow you to choose, right, David? I'm assuming this was built like this. I've never done one. It actually does it as a simulation, right?
This is a live poll. This lets people answer the actual poll.
Yeah, this has to work as a simulation. So this, so right now, folks, don't use this because these webinars aren't live. So it's not happening in real time.
Yeah, it should do both. It should show as a live poll for the user, but display a result that is a simulated result.
It has to be a simulated results, David.
Yeah. Because
we want to. My presentation is gonna actually say, okay, so now look at this. You can see 73% of the people. So you have to be able to pre-record your automated webinar video, knowing what you're going to say in the poll. So you're stacking the deck here. And the way that we always say to make this as ethical as possible is use data that you've used in a live webinar. So David, we have two different types of polls. We have live polls that are going to be used for live streams and live webinars. And then we have simulated polls that this is the way this is going to work. So folks, right now, don't use the polls. They don't actually work the way they are. It's probably going to take us about a month to actually make it where you can build it as a simulation. All right. So let me just hit refresh here so that I don't save anything. And I'm going to just hit save and next on engaging my attendees here. And we're going to walk through it here on the demo. Live chat here. This is where you can pre-configure chat. And the way that this works, folks, this is going to slow down your ability to make an automated webinar, but it's going to make your webinar more engaging. So what you have to do here is you're simulating chat, and you're going to open up a Google spreadsheet, and we basically, we show you in a sample file what it needs to look like. So I'm going to open that up right here. And so now you have to know this ahead of time when you're creating your webinar, right? So let's see, that's going to open right here. I don't know if I can zoom that in more. It looks like I can. And you will now go in and say at 0 minutes, 1 second, and 0 hours, 1 minute, no seconds, somebody by the name of John, an attendee, says this. And basically, you can write all of this out. And so you might have something right here that says this. Okay, everybody, do me a favor. If you think that is awesome, tell me what you think about that feature right there. And now I'm going to note when I'm done recording my webinar that was at 1 hour and 13 minutes. And I'm going to say, okay, look at that. Jim from New Hampshire says, this is the best software I've ever seen. And what happens is this chat, as you're talking in the video, is actually going to be loading for the users that are watching in the demo. You're simulating the chat that you used to get when you were live. Okay. So Miguel says, look at Webinar Fuel. That was at 2:03. That was probably on how Webinar Fuel does the dates and registration. Thank you, Miguel. We will look at Webinar Fuel on how they do the date, the time, and the registration for the time zones there, and etc. And Webinar Fuel copied our EverWebinar, I'm sure. Now, are we using this in our webinar? No, because the automated webinar that I just did a live demo. I was talking one-to-many. I never said, do me a favor, if that sounds cool, type 1 in the chat. I never did any of that. Why? I needed to get that thing done. I would recommend, if you're creating a masterpiece here, actually create your webinar with polls and live chat. And in there, you just pretend that it's going to happen. You can later come back and you build it here to match what you said in the webinar. So do me a favor. Tell me right now, what type of businesses are you in? Oh, wow, you guys are flooding the chat. I see Jill from New Hampshire says, and why am I getting this? I have a previous webinar that I'm reading the chat from a previous webinar where Jill from New Hampshire told me that she is into health and wellness. And so I'm gonna read this stuff out, and when it's all said and done, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna build the chat to match my speech. Now, do I recommend that you do this? This is entirely up to you. It is highly complex. This is ninja stuff here. This is what makes these things convert even better. It simulates a live webinar even better. When you can get people interacting with you as a speaker, you are going to keep their attention better and you are going to convert better. As my mom used to say, do as I say, not as I do. The reason why we didn't do it in hours is when I had to create this automated webinar. I'm traveling to Brazil. I need to get my job done. And sometimes it's just easier for me to get this webinar done than actually make every pixel perfect feature that we have in the app. All right. So next is user chat. All right. So user chat. I don't even see anything here. Is this, let me go down to 100%. David, can you help me out here?
The chat is empty unless you are already running the actual webinars. Then the chat options will, chat messages will show. At this moment, we still don't run this webinar.
Okay. So let me, and I'm still in a demo anyway. So, so let me explain to you what's really cool about this feature. As you do webinars, we're going to actually capture the chat for you. So maybe you weren't as interactive, or maybe you were, but the bottom line is when you start seeing here, and I'm just going to play along with my ego here, right? That at 14 minutes and 33 seconds, somebody says, Mike Filsaime is a genius. It's going to capture that. I'm playing along jokingly here with my ego because I've seen my ego fall into this. I see it. Somebody say, Mike Filsaime is one of the best teachers. He's an absolute genius when it comes to marketing. I can actually click the activate button. And remember what I just showed you here about simulated chat? The user chat is an addendum to the simulated chat. So we know that that person typed that at 14 minutes and 33 seconds. I can now activate that on every future webinar. So that way, when I say, are you guys learning stuff? That person is going to say, Mike Filsaime is an actual genius. I love learning from Mike Filsaime, right? And then there may be features in the demo where you say, do me a favor, let me know in the chat. Did that look really cool? Do you feel like you can do it, right? What's going to happen is our software is going to collect that data, and then you're going to be able to go in here and see all of that chat sort of like this. Well, I can't open up that spreadsheet, but you get it. You'll see a bunch of lines here, and then sometimes you're going to see this stuff is really boring. We get it. Get on to the point. Maybe some of you are feeling right now, right? Or Mike Filsaime is such a blowhard. Well, at that point, I'm not going to activate that. I'm going to delete it. I don't even want to see it anymore. It's hurting my ego, right? But the bottom line is you're going to have the ability to allow us to curate all of these chats for you, to add it, to embellish your simulation even better. Now, the next is the attendees. Okay. And the way that we did the attendees here is I set it up like this. I want dynamic attendees. I want my webinar to look baller, but not too unrealistic. I'm not going to set it up to have 7,000 members. But so I set it up to have peak attendance of 475 minutes. We hit the peak at 14 minutes. The margin of percentage that it drops at any point will be 10, and the decline for attendees starts at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That's when I give the price, but I never want it to go less than 401 attendees. I want social proof. Okay, I'm okay with the fact that we're losing 10% of the 10 people every few minutes, but at no point does my webinar ever go less than 401. I want it to look like a gangster webinar. All right, sticky messages, we don't have any, but sticky messages are messages that show up right at the top. I don't need it because I'm putting in an add to cart button coming up soon in the offers. Featured comments, again, these are different featured comments by the staff, or by users that we can highlight on the screen that makes it look like this right here. Take a look at your screen right now. Elizabeth Marasco says, wow, I actually made it while you guys are live, right? So if you want to have a comment that comes up on a banner on the screen, you could start adding things like this, and you're making it, and again, you want to pre-record this, right? Okay, so let's take a look. We have David Lemon says, just purchased, excited to get started, and you're making it look like you're doing this. And you would simulate that you'd read these while you make your webinar recording, and then you have to remember you're taking notes that at 1 hour, 20 minutes, and 33 seconds, you go in and you create that banner. Again, we didn't do that in our webinar because money likes speed and we wanted to get it done. But if you want to plan the perfect webinar, we've given you the opportunity to do it. Next is we have our offer, and you can see I've created an offer, but let's actually show you how that works. You would go in here and you would say, start the offer at 1 hour and 43 minutes, okay, and 57 seconds. And I want to end the offer, show it until the webinar ends. I'm going to name this offer main. I'm going to show offer link in the chat. It's a sticky offer that stays on the top. I'm sure we did it that way as well. Well, we can't edit it there. I want to display a countdown timer, offer headline, buy this now, text underneath it because it works. Okay. And then you add your offer image, right? You find something from your library that matches your offer, little Groovezilla here. That's the offer image. And text, add to cart. I might say, get lifetime now. And then I'm going to put that to http://AOL.com. I'm going to put my actual call to action where they can actually go to the checkout page. In my case, it's groove.cm/premium. Display the price. Yeah, the price is, let's just say I'm going to put here $497. Do you want to apply urgency? If so, et cetera, et cetera. You would build this thing down. And when you're done, let's see, shut that off. I click add, and I need an AOL link that's not broken. I click add, and now you see I've added an offer over here. Currently, you can't view it or edit it. We are fixing that, so you got to make sure that you get it right when you hit save, or you'll have to rebuild one again. All right. After that, file sharing, and this basically says, all right, everybody, I'm giving you a workbook that you can go along with me right now. So right now, you're going to see a little download button. Click that, right? And so I'm going to say, what time do I say that in the webinar, and what file do I list that to inside of my files? Simulated alerts, embed, proof widgets. Some of these things, folks, we just don't have the time for. We'll do, we'll come back and we'll do some part twos on some of this stuff here in the future for you. Let me see if I can save it next year or for it. So this is some of the stuff here, David, where this stuff.
Just click cancel. Just cancel.
There's
it out.
Cancel. Oh, there we see. Thank you. All right, there we go. And let me get through. All right, so here we are, folks, in my live one. I'm going to now go to my notifications. So these are the notification settings, Do we want email and SMS? And when we say SMS, this is my Twilio integration here. Now that we've done that, let's look at the actual notification alerts. So the system pre-does a welcome message for me. I can go in here and I can edit this. And as we said, we're going to be building the new GrooveMail premium builder is going to go in here. But for the most part, reminder emails, this is really all that's needed. But if you notice here, I'm going to say here, this webinar is not optimized for mobile. You will not be able to fully participate on your phone. Please make sure you click this link on your laptop or desktop to get the best experience. I wrote that in there. That's not part of it. You want to build that. You want to write something like that as well. You want to increase your show rates to have people watching on a desktop or a laptop. All right. And so then we only allow a certain amount of pre-webinar reminders and up to a certain amount of times, but we're sending one immediately. And then we send one 24 hours before the webinar starts and 4 hours before the webinar starts. Then we have a last minute reminder 15 minutes before the webinar starts. And then we're allowed to send them one live 5 minutes after webinar just started. And we can do replay reminders, but we're not going to do that from in here. We're actually going to add those people into a sequence inside of GrooveMail and let GrooveMail do the more powerful, if they saw this, if they didn't show up and all that different type of stuff. We prefer to do that in GrooveMail. All right. And that's why it's not built into GrooveWebinar with all of that, because we have that. That is exactly why GrooveMail was built with sequences and automations and tags. So this is about the basic reminders. But from here, you want to be able to just automatically send them into sequences that do behaviors based on tags. Like they didn't show up to the webinar, invite them to watch the replay, etc. SMS alerts here. Donna, thank you so much for setting these up here. I click the edit button here, and thank you very much. Click this link from a laptop or desktop to start this training. The reason why it doesn't say this webinar is not optimized for mobile is because we only get 156 out of 160 characters, so we have to do as best as we can. We are going to be adding with Twilio, we're going to be adding WhatsApp and MMS, and if those are set up, we'll be able to add more rich text messages. Whew. All right, integrations. You kind of get it. We're starting our automation right now. We're basically saying, how do we want things to integrate when things didn't happen? Here's our attend, didn't attend, all of these different things. Assign a tag, add to a sequence. It's all built in here and works with GrooveMail. Whew, post-webinar. What happens after the webinar is done? We want to just automatically redirect the member to a URL called groove.cm/plus. And Donna, what is that? That's going to be right now a version of the
it is a split test first. I don't know why it's not loading. There it goes. So it splits. There's a version that looks exactly like the OTO page, which is this one that you got. And then the other version is shortened. Yep, with just for lifetime.
Okay. Yeah, and that's what I spoke to you about. I did mention on the webinar that there are other plans on there. So we'll do a split test to see which one does better.
Yep.
And obviously, if this does better, then they could always go back later and click the buttons in their dash to see the other plan. So that's cool. All right. But anyway, that's an internal conversation right there. Next, we've got to set up the pages here. So basically, folks, what we do is we go into Groove and we set up a webinar. We go into our pages. We have pages to build our brand websites. We have funnels and we have webinars. So we click on webinars and we choose one of the templates, and we would choose a template just like this. And it's now going to build in all of these different pages right here. All right. I don't have to use them all. And when we're done, I would click on the webinar registration page, and I've got a little button to register here, and I'm going to click on that, and I'm going to configure that to work to a pop-up, is it? And I would select a pop-up. David, we don't have quick pop-ups right now working for webinars, right?
For the webinars, we do not have yet, no.
Okay, so that's coming soon. So, so the only way to do this is I have to create the button in the webinar here, right?
You could create the button, or you could create the form and embed it on a pop-up.
Okay, so let's actually just do that. Let's go to mine here. I'm going to go to my links. All right, and I got my registration embeds, and I want a registration button. Okay, and can I style that? Let's just see. I'm going to take this button right here.
You could
and I'm gonna go to
customize it
that.
in the customization tab. It's on the top. Inside the webinar wizard, there is a before the link, there's customization.
So let me click the back button.
You were doing it on the other webinar there.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So I go to my customizations and I want to set up my buttons, and I want that button to say register now, and I want to change the color of that to be this purple here. And I believe I have to.
So we have.
Oh, it's not a preview.
We have brand customization as the first tab. Brand, you select your primary and secondary color, but you can toggle this off and override those colors.
Got it. Okay. And okay, so there you go. But you kind of get it. I'm in the demo webinar, and that's why I have both of these tabs, so I don't break my open one. And then when I'm done here, folks, what I do is I would get my links, my registration button or form embed or widget embed. So let's take a look at how all three of these work. I'm going to click copy, and I'm going to get rid of this button here. All right. I'm going to get rid of this button, and we're going to add a new custom embed. Correct, David? Or GrooveWebinar. Let me see what happens when I drag this in here.
GrooveWebinar element at this moment has a couple of connection issues. So
okay,
when you
so we're
go
not
and
going to
set it up,
recommend this. So
when
okay,
you go
so
and
this
set it
is
up, it has some issues. Yeah.
Okay, I see. So this is how, and by the way, you can configure the button the way that we just showed you anyway inside of the builder, but we're going to give you the options to do it many different ways. We're going to give you the option to do it where you drag a button, you style the button. We're also going to give you, this one would be really nice, David, if we just make it a quick pop. That's going to be coming probably sometime here in July, or you can just drag a custom embed. Here's a custom embed, and you will just drag that here. And so I'm going to delete this one here that I don't need now, because that's the templates button. And I'm now going to click on my gear and right click and paste the button that we just put there. And when we preview that, we should now get a button here. There's that button. We just made it purple. You can see, and when we click, it says register to this event. Now, there we go. That's everything. Now, David, I don't know if this is because I didn't make the webinar live or anything, but I am seeing that this opt-in form is breaking here on some of the, it's not fully overlaid. So we want to just look into that.
Yeah, we'll look into it.
It could be because it's on preview. I'm not exactly sure, but it's worth noting. All right. So next, folks, is let's take a look at, this is still a custom embed. So I'm going to leave it here, but we're going to go here and I'm going to try a registration form embed and see what happens if I change that button to a form and preview now. And what it should do is put that form, like a checkout form, right into the page here, just like that. Ooh, look at that. Just register. Obviously, I'm going to get rid of this stuff, right? Because I don't need it anymore. It's all here, but look at that. I've embedded the form onto the page. Isn't that gorgeous? It's absolutely gorgeous. Now let's take a look at the third option that we have here. And that's a registration widget embed. Now I'm going to copy here and I'm going to just click right here and I don't even know what this does. So I don't know what this does. Let's see. Ooh, David, we did it. This is where we created. So I'm gonna change this up. I'm gonna put a layer here, a one column layer right here. And I'm gonna move this into that layer because that should really not be in a side-by-side container. That should, this will look better in a full one column container. All right, so look at what we did here. We're actually giving you the ability when you go to your pages, you'll see here registration page links. I have a quick registration page, and that looks like this. And we've now given you the ability to take this white tile right here and embed that onto the page. And that's what you're seeing right here in this preview, right? So it's giving a little bit more information than just the registration button. It's showing all of the schedules as well, which is pretty cool. I like that. Okay. And let's see, registration embed. So we did all of those registration links. This is the custom registration page. This should load up the GrooveWebinar registration that we just said that we're actually building a page. So what happens is, let me go into GrooveWebinar here. When you're done building out all of your pages and you give them names, right? I've now gone and I've created all of my different webinar registrations. I'm actually going to have URLs for these, right? And I could go in and I could rename this one to the URL. I'm just going to make that web registration. Okay. And now when I publish my site, this is a dummy site, this is a test site, but I'm going to have karma.com/web registration. And let's just take that fake URL. All right, I'm taking this URL. Obviously, it's going to 404. But if that was where I actually built that page, I would go into my webinar. And I need to see which webinar I'm in here, folks. I do apologize. I think I switched them up. So we have to see if this is loading up to this page. This is, hold on. My microphone just dimmed out my screen. That's why I got quiet. I couldn't see anything. My microphone fell because you guys know I have a broken microphone, and it hit the dimmer and my entire screen went black and I didn't know what just happened. Just hit that dimmer, right? All right. So this right here, I would go in and I would go to my pages. And I want to now set up my pages. Webinar thank you page. Put something there. Now I'm in the pages. And I now want to set up my registration page. Do I want to use the GroovePages registration page so I can find the page in my site? I could actually drill down, find the site that we created. Or I can literally just click custom URL and I can paste it. And just like that, and I can, all these additional things, we don't have the time to go through, but it's all logical stuff that you would be able to.
Mike, one thing that you mentioned that would be cool to have is the upsell page. So we added it. I'm not sure if you want to talk about that one. This one was a full long 1 hour call where you explain how it could be cool to have as a next step. So maybe you want to just mention that one.
Okay, so I would create an upsell page in GroovePages called that would have an upsell, and it would be a webinar upsell. And so, David, now this would show on after registration page, or okay. So so this is kind of like a one-time offer page almost, right? I'm hijacking the confirmation page. So what would happen is you would get something that looks like this. You register for the webinar, you get to a page, and it says, "Hi, it's Mike Fulsame. Thanks so much for registering for the webinar." I've got to change my earphones. Bear with me here. Just bear with me, folks. These AirPods don't last forever.
Pro tip, Mike, just wear one ear pod at a time. Then the other one can stay in the charger and you can just swap them out. He didn't hear me though.
Oh boy.
I wanted to say it.
I'm not going to be able to hear for a few minutes. Oh, yeah, so you guys are talking. Okay, go ahead.
We are.
Yes,
I just
so
gave you
are-
my pro tip, Mike. When I wear my AirPods, I only wear one at a time. Oh, nope, he can't hear me.
Straight on comedy.
This is live, folks. This is how you know it's live.
We should give for Christmas, Mike, a little sound bar or a little.
Oh,
You can hear us now.
an old-fashioned pair of headphones with the cord still.
Yeah.
We're discussing Christmas
Or-
presents, Mike.
No, you don't need. I've got
Yeah.
3 AirPods.
Here's
Yeah,
what
you
I
can
do.
put them in the trash right now.
Like-
Just get something old style.
I put one in at a time, and when it starts to go, I can just swap it out, and then the other one sits in the charger.
Yeah, generally I'll do that when I hear the first little doo-doo-doo. I'll put it in. I'll start charging that one. But the other day, it just went out on warning. So that's what. Yeah. So normally when I hear that beep, 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 you guys don't even notice. I'll just take out one ear and I'll pop it in, and that over that next 15 minutes, and I'll swap the other one. And then at that point, I've recharged them. But yeah, no, I've got these. You know, I'm just not a big fan of looking like this on a webinar. And the old stringy ones, the old school ones, I have something hanging. You're always just hearing that clicking onto my shirt. So yeah, the only gift you could get me would be a 4th pair of iPads here. So I've got my 3rd pair on because my 2nd one decided not to connect. All right, getting back to what we were saying is, you just registered for a webinar. Glenn Ledwell says if you're not doing upsells on your webinar registration pages, you're leaving money on the table. Now, the question is here, what type of upsell do you do? You want to have an upsell that doesn't take people away from feeling like, well, if I get that, I don't need to join this webinar right here. So it's kind of like a cross sell. It's kind of like, hey, while you're here, just letting you know we're having this special on something completely different. You know, Monty Python's now for something completely different, but still relegated to marketing. So it could be something like this. I'm going to give you an example. Register for my webinar. I'm going to show you how to double the sales on your next webinar. You register. You're right here. Hey, thanks so much for registering for the webinar. We're going to be showing you the 5 things that you need to do to double the profits on your next webinar. You're absolutely going to love it. But in the meantime, we just wanted to let you know, we're running a special. We have a course right now on YouTube advertising, Facebook advertising, and pay-per-click. Now, we normally sell that course for $997 because each one of them costs about $350. So the total package would be about $1,000. But right now, we're going to give you a discount, a great discount where you could get all 3 of those for just 2 payments of $99. So you're going to be learning on the webinar how you can actually convert a webinar, but that's only part of the story. In order to really make a webinar work, you want to be able to get traffic on demand. So if you want to get our $1,000 course or later pay $497 for each one separately, just click right below and you could get both of those courses right now for just 2 payments of $99. We're going to make it even sweeter for you right now. You don't even have to pay anything right now. You could click and you can get access to it for nothing today, where you pay nothing today, and we'll bill you starting in 14 days. So in 14 days, you'll pay $99 and another $99 in 30 days. This $1,500 value will be a perfect complement to when you start running the webinars. If you don't want it, simply click the skip button below and we're going to send you onto the confirmation page. Damn, I want that. Can somebody make that for me? I want that. I would buy that in a friggin' second. You see how the world works, guys? Offers. People buy offers that are attached to your products. If you're getting people registering for a webinar, that's free money. What if 10% of the people registered took that deal? Well, I told you, if you're doing a 14-day trial and people are making 2 payments, you can average out the math. They're probably only going to make 1 payment on average with the cancellations and all that different stuff. But if you're doing a webinar during a launch and you got 40,000 registrations at 10% conversion rate, that's 4,000 sales at $100 is 4,000 sales would be $40,000 that you made. Or what if you're just using this for your advertising? Well, the upsells can be paying for your advertising. So now you can spend as much money as you want on advertising because your upsell is paying for your ads. And then after that, the webinar is all profits. All right. So that is a feature that you want to be able to use and go for it. It's giving me ideas on things that we can do even for our webinar registration. The thing is that we give everything to everybody when they buy into Groove anyway. So it's all good. All right. Moving on, but I've got other ideas though for that we can actually use. So then when we were done, what we saw is after we went here, we went to the customization Oh, we've got to set up all of these different pages here. At this point, I'm going to go on to here, and we see that we set up our different pages. We go to the customizations, and this is where we stylize our forms and how we want our forms to look. Do we want to use a multi-step registration if it's embedding or if it's opening up in a button, what the buttons are going to look like. Gosh, I don't know which webinar I'm in right now. This is 5681. This is 5855.
This is the live one that you put on a purple button for. So if you
so I screwed it up. I got to go back to the brand colors.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right. There we go. I messed up the live, and I thought I was in the other one. All right.
We'll check.
Offer customization. This is what the offer is going to look like when it pops up, and the different banners, so that you can design these different things. Remember, you set those offers up in Engage Your Attendees. But now we can say, what do we want this to look like? Because this is where the customizations is. I love that we've separated this, David, and created that tab for customizations. Absolutely love it. We have our integrations here. We didn't even talk about that, but this is really cool. We now see our integrations. Now you can add your automations, your webhooks, and all that. And then again, when you're done, and this is where we're going to wrap up with GrooveWebinar and show you the new interface that's coming soon. This is the quick registration link. If you just want to, you don't even want to build a page. Now, when are you going to do quick registrations? In my opinion, when you're doing live webinars, right? You're doing a live webinar. If you're doing an automated webinar, folks, please build it out in Groove. Okay, absolutely build your webinar out in Groove. But when we get to live webinars soon, and you're going to do something at 10 a.m. that you're going live at 1 p.m., yeah, by all means, use the quick registration page like this. It has everything that you need. Okay. But I strongly recommend that you actually create an actual beautiful page in GroovePages for it. This is your embeds. We just went over there. This is how you can do a button, embed the form on the page, or the form with the actual widget around it with more information. These are your confirmation assets. So the default one, this is the page that's created by Groove. So this, you can see we'll put their first name and last name here. So if you don't want to take the time to actually build a beautiful confirmation page, then we're just going to send them to this. But instead, you can take this widget right here, and you can actually embed the widget that we give you onto the page inside of Groove, which looks like this, right? Here's your webinar confirmation page. And what you're going to do is you're going to grab a custom element, custom embed, and you're going to drag that right over to here like this, and you're going to embed that by right-clicking and pasting what we just did. Whoops, I didn't actually steal that. We have to get that code and paste it. Okay, and basically all this does is it gives the user some dynamic information now when this page loads for their event, right? They can join. Let's see what happens here. It'll tell them it didn't start yet. They could add to their calendar. So you could get rid of all of this stuff here, because this is just a template, right? I would delete this entire block at this point. This block is, all of this stuff is just simulating what the dynamic embed is automatically going to do, because this knows all of that. So this is the confirmation asset. This is your control links. This is where your support team is going to go in, and they're going to be watching live. Oh, look at this. Trevor White typed, "This is great." So remember, we had told you guys to register for the webinar, and I asked you to do it for after 5 o'clock today so that we could actually not interrupt here. Some of you actually went in and said, no, I'm just going to register for it now. And Trevor typed in, "This is great." And so I want to show you something. I'm really curious here. And I can actually type to Trevor right here. Watch this. If Trevor's watching this webinar right now, see, it says Trevor White. How cool. And I could hit send, and just like that, Trevor just got this from me or the person in support, okay? And so I think, Donna, what we're gonna need to do for my webinar is add different people in there, right, as moderators, so that when they go in, they can decide who acts, because we don't want Mike Filsame answering support tickets. Is that right, Donna?
I agree with you. Yeah, we should probably have a moderator.
Especially if you're on screen.
If I'm on screen and I'm talking, and I'm doing a demo, the person's going to be like, how, this doesn't seem right. So
Magic.
just to show you right here, guys, you're going to go into presenters, right? And we're going to add, I'm just going to do it right now and see if we have anybody that I could just add. No, we don't have anybody, but we would create a moderator profile and then add it here and then add it to the drop down.
I think GrooveZilla is going to moderate all of our webinars in the future.
Okay, I like that. So, so we're going to now wrap this up and see that we were at links. And so we have the control center and we have custom page links, post webinar page, different things, the replay page. It needs to know what the call to actions are for redirects and what the replay page is going to be and all that stuff. In fact, this is the pre-made replay page. Is that what it is? Oh, and it just redirects it because we told it where to go. So Donna, we're going to need to create a replay page, right? And set that up.
Yes, we're working on a replay page with the timestamps on it. So it's
okay,
in
cool.
process now.
And then that'll go out in all the follow-ups and all that good stuff. All right. And the reason why you don't want to hard code that URL, you actually want to use this, is because you'll tell it in pages what the replay page is, but you want to send out these links here so that you can do automations and stats, and you can see how many people click the replay, how many people watch the replay. And then you could say, if people didn't click this link, then send out a follow-up email. If they did click, that's why. It's just different ways that we do tracking. But that, folks, is GrooveWebinar Automated. Honestly, it has so much complexity. We could do an 8-hour day on how to set up a webinar, and then we could do training on how to actually do your slides and webinar strategies, and all that stuff's in webinar control. And we're going to figure out a way to get you some access to some webinar content in the future. Let's now wrap this up here. I'm going to just close this. I'm going to close this, and I'm going to close this, and I'm going to go now to the Figma page here. And David, can you pop up on here? Maybe, David, you want to load that up in your browser. I'm going to take a 30-second bio break. My little pee-pee dance is kicking in and I can't hold it anymore. So I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries. I'll take over the screen. So, all right, I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to show you what everything that Mike went through right now. This is going to be made a little bit simpler, simplistic. So as Mike calls it, we create a get me done version of it. And that's what you just learn how to do it. So we focus on the features and the back end and how it works, but then we get our UI guys and we make it pretty. So over here, adding a video will be very similar to just the Groove video that we saw earlier when you're adding it. So first, we are going to be recommending to add your videos from the library. Second, adding YouTube videos, and then the rest, as what we explained at the beginning when we were demoing a Groove video. But the next step over here is going to be to select the webinar type. And if you remember, currently we are offering the webinar type and the versions, basically the types of the webinar in horizontal view. It takes a lot of screen space, which is unnecessary. So we are kind of making it a little bit more pretty, more flexible towards the middle of the screen. So I'm going to show you the rest of the pages here. As you can see, everything is nicely tied in the middle of the screen. So if you resize the page, it's going to it's going to look more flexible as well. So thumbnails over here, languages, description, everything that we have currently on our details page. Presenters, we just showed you how it looks like right now, but when you go in the new UI, it's going to be much more simplified. So it's going to look like this, and when you click the plus button, it's going to show this one to add presenters, full name, email, what type of presenter, add an image. So this is going to be kind of a pop-up that slides in, and then you can do the presenters here. It's just going to line the presenters up. It's going to say, is this a presenter or a moderator or a host? So it's going to be nicely viewed immediately. So what we are focusing on is showing the information, but not necessarily all of the buttons and all of the settings immediately on the screen when you just click on one of these options on the top. So we're hiding some of the stuff under menus, so that only when you want to add something, then it shows up. Moving on, we have the schedule. Currently, our version of the schedule is pretty complex. And what we managed to do with the UI guys is to simplify it into something like this. When you're adding a schedule, you can do recurring schedules or one-time schedules. You are going to be adding them from a plus button here, but they will be nicely lining up one below the other, so you can see kind of an overview immediately when you click on the schedules button. But if you would like to go into the settings of the schedule, then you're going to click this cogwheel, and this will open the schedule settings. So adding a schedule is going to be done like this. So recurring schedule is this option, then it shows the options here. Or if you want a one-time schedule, then it will show the relevant option below. So all of the settings that we currently have inbuilt into GrooveWebinar is going to stay. It's just going to be much nicely laid out on the page like this. All right, moving on. Here is where the interactions come in, and this is something that we showed you earlier in GrooveVideo. So we are going to show you the webinar, and then we're going to allow you to put in different interactions. Like, okay, here I want to show the comments. Here I want to show the offer. Here I want to put a file. Here I want to I don't know, put a sticky note on the screen and things like that. So it's going to be all like a timeline, and then you can put in using this plus button wherever you would like to see. Here you can also preview the video. When you click on, for example, this 44-minute 57 mark, you're going to be able to preview the video so that you actually put in the offer where you say, and if you would like to grab the offer, click here. You can just see a button in the chat and then click on that. So this is going to make it much more simpler than what we have currently. I just remove my screen. So once you put in one of these items on the timeline, you're going to be able to go in and actually set up the interactions by clicking on the edit button. It's going to be looking like this. To add a poll, for example, or add an offer, it's going to show up all of the information that you need. And if you would like to set up some settings for the interactions, like the view player in full screen, or show click for sound illustrations, or different embeds, attendees, is going to be a little menu that you can trigger by clicking on this settings option here on the top. Here we did one more thing as well, and this is something that will come in the future. What Mike and the marketing team realized that sometimes in Groove, or basically in webinars, you may want to play a short video at the beginning and a short video at the end to create hybrid types of webinars. So I was working with the UI team to kind of sort out this issue. This means that you'll be able to select multiple different videos at the beginning of the whole session. So you'll not upload only one video, but you'll upload, for example, 3 videos, one for the intro, one for the beginning of the webinar, one for the content or the training of the webinar, and one for the outro or the end of the webinar. And you'll be able to position those videos here on the timeline and
David?
create hybrid types of videos or webinars. Yes, Mike.
David, can we add one more so we could have 4 videos?
Yeah, definitely. At this moment, this is just a mock-up, but definitely.
Okay, yeah.
Would you like to maybe explain why hybrid videos?
Yeah, so let me, so actually it would be, I wonder if we could do it where it stops the, so let me draw out on the screen here.
Yeah.
Right. Move the microphone as close as I can over here. So in our last launch, we realized that, and by the way, we absolutely crushed it. And we used a technology called A-Event, our very, very good friends, Winter Valco and Barry Plasko. It's a strategy in when you're doing it with A-Event that really, really needs consulting. And they consulted us with it, and they made us an absolute fortune with it. So what happens is, if you're doing a launch, right, you're seeing my screen right here, okay, is you have a webinar registration page, and people register for the webinar. And then at a certain point, they're going to watch the webinar, and here's your chat, right? And so that is going to convert at a certain percentage. Let's say that this webinar, which is what we're going to be calling the generic webinar, and actually we refer to it as the public webinar. All right, and let's say that this converts at 10%. All right, so now you get an affiliate, a top affiliate of yours, like Mark Ling, or Jeremy Gislason, or Gus Sevilla, or Alicia Little, or Angie Norris, et cetera, and they say to us, "Can Mike do a live webinar with me?" Why do I want to do a live webinar? Well, when I do a live webinar, I'm going to get my conversion rates up to about 15%. Now, folks, we're talking a difference. We're talking a difference here of literally 33% increase in sales. That's huge. That's huge. That means if I'm going to do 20,000, I'm going to do now $28,000. It's that much of a difference in sales. But the thing is, I don't want to do live webinars during a launch. What I'm doing right now with this Groove-A-Thon, I'm not kidding you. I'm not joking. I'm already thinking about what I'm going to eat. Hopefully Michelle cooked food. If not, what am I going to Uber Eats? And I'm probably just going to, I've got so much Skype that I haven't been able to get to, but I'm going to be pieced out. Now, you guys get that, right? It's a 5-hour Groove-A-Thon and it's fun and it's exhausting, but you unplug and like, I'm pretty much done for the day when I'm doing a Groove-A-Thon. I'm not doing a launch right now. I have the luxury to not do this. But during a launch, what happens is Alicia Little wants to do a webinar at 11, and Angie wants to do one at 2 p.m., and Jeremy wants to do one the next day at 11, and then Mark Ling wants to do it at 2 p.m., and then I got the affiliate manager on the team saying, please, can you do one with Gus? Joe, when? Friday. Friday's the last day of the launch, Joe. Yeah, no, but he really, all right. So now we're going to add another webinar here. So now you can imagine when, you can imagine when I'm doing a webinar for 3 hours. All right, everybody. So that's it. This launch is coming to an end. You've got to get started today. The prices are going up. You can still get the lifetime. It comes with this. You can finally cancel all your app and everything like that. And then boom. Oh my goodness, I'm done. So I've got now 22 minutes before my next webinar starts. And I've got my team here needs me. By the way, we're having a problem with the merchant account, all this different type of stuff. And I'm running a launch. So what I'm venturing to say to you is during a launch, I usually give up on that extra 15%. It's just too exhausting to do 2 webinars a day. In fact, that's why we're doing the public webinar. So what does this solution that we're talking about give you? All right. Well, essentially, the purpose of doing a webinar with Angie Norris or Jeremy Gislason or Gus Sevilla or Alicia Little or Mark Ling is for these benefits right here. Number one, I can have a registration page with Alicia Little and my picture next to it. And now we're tapping into her audience. And it's Alicia is mailing her list that she's doing a webinar with Mike Filsaime. Number two, my automated webinar, you know how it starts? It starts like this. Hi, everyone. It's Mike Filsaime, and we are going to jump right in. So let's get started. Today, I'm going to teach you. What if I had a webinar that started like this? Hi, everyone. It's Alicia Little, and boy, do we have something special for you. Now, I'm excited to tell you today about your guest, Mike Filsaime. His bio is this, and he's the person. He's one of the most exciting. It's one thing when I say it, but to Alicia's list. But it's another thing when Alicia tells people that have may never heard of us or using WordPress that you've got to get onto Groove, and we've got the CEO and founder here. So that's number one thing. Now, then the webinar starts. So believe it or not, in our last launch, I recorded. Remember, I told you I recorded my automated webinar. I recorded 2 starts. One that started for the public webinar that said, All right, everybody, let's get started. And now I added one little line in for the JV webinars. So this is a strategy I'm showing you that David's telling you that's coming out. And the JV webinar started off, it was the same webinar, but I got rid of the, hey, everybody, let's get started. And I simply did this. And I didn't care who was introducing me. I said this, wow, what a great introduction. Thank you very much. I'm blushing here. All right, everybody. And now my energy was a little bit lower because they did the energy pump. And I said, all right, everybody, thank you so much again for that introduction. Let's get started. And then it was the rest of the webinar. Today, I'm going to show you how you can blah, 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 blah. All right, so keep that in mind. That's called the intro. Now, what David was telling you was that you can add something on to the end of the webinar. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to venture to hopefully ask David to check with the guys if we can actually create this technology. So it's not actually necessarily at the end of the webinar. David, what I'm going to beg for is, you know how you can add polls and surveys and overlays and questions and featured comments? If it's possible, to add an insert of a video at any point, so it literally shuts off the current video and holds that in memory and then plays another video almost as we're doing a survey. And then when that video is done, it just pops right back into the other video. So now, essentially what happens is, yes, you're right. You definitely want a beginning video and an ending video. And now let's talk about how that ending video works. The ending video goes like this. And so that's how you can get access to Groove today. And now I know that this is a JV partner video, and I say, so that's it. And I leave it right there. And now my JV partner, Alicia Little, recorded something. Well, Mike, oh my goodness, thank you very, very much. So I just want to come in one more time. You see that URL on the screen. Click the link on the screen or the button that you see on the right side of the page and get access today, and you'll get all of my bonuses and blah, 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 blah. Have a good day, everybody. And your JV partner signs off. Or if I'm saying to David that could be an insert, then what could happen is I can have my final close and say, well, again, thank you very, very much. I'm addressing the host, right? The random host that's in there. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. It's been a lot of fun. All right, everybody, that's it. I'm Mike Fulsame. We're out. Make sure to click that, and I can reclose. So it depends if we do it at a rear bump or an insertion. But the biggest thing, David, why I interrupted you there for this feature that I'm crossing my fingers that we can do, and this is the strategy, and I'm going to show you how this will look on my my little thingy over here in just a minute, is what is known as the optional bonus endorsement or mandatory non-bonus endorsement. So how this works is, and guys, in case you're wondering how the host knows what to do, you actually write the intro for the host, you write the bonus interruption or / endorsement for the host, and you write the closeout for the host. And so the bonus endorsement just reads, Alicia would read a Google Doc and record it and send it to me, preferably just in audio because it's going to go over my slide. So she doesn't even have to get on camera. It's going to be, hi, everyone. She's reading. It's Alicia Little, and she's literally reading the copy that I gave her. And at the end of the webinar, she's reading. So I just say to all of these top JV partners, I need you to read this intro, this interruption / endorsement, and this closing endorsement. And the middle one works like this. And now I have to know this. I'm recording my webinar. And at my bonus parts, and this is the way the consulting works, is you do your bonuses. So not only are you getting lifetime access to Groove, but you're also getting tickets to GrooveCon. We're going to throw in the Groove Designer Pro. We're going to give you the Fast Start Marketing Lab, and we're going to double your contacts and everything like that. Doesn't that sound great? And I know in my recording that I'm going to be interrupted here. In the public webinar, I just go right to the next slide. So let's talk about how you can get access to this. When I'm doing it for my JV partners, right? These 4 people right here that we see right here, well, I recorded a slightly different webinar for them. And that one, when I talk about my bonus, I know I'm going to be interrupted, and I've written a script for them. And that script says this: you will be interrupting Mike. So act like you're interrupting. And then the document that they read says, hey, excuse me, Mike. And I did this. I've done this with Mark Ling and different people, and I actually record this. And the bonus interruption sounds like this. Hey, excuse me, 1 second there. Mark, can I interrupt? Okay, great. So I love what you just showed. Oh my God, you've just completely blown me away with what you can do with XYZ software, this, that, or the other thing. I'm so excited about this. I want to add on one more thing, if you don't mind. And now I record my screen, or my affiliate, in this case, Alicia, Jeremy, or whatever, would actually send me a video of them offering their bonuses. I'm going to give you my secret on how I create PowerPoint templates and everything like that. And then now Alicia sent me an audio recording for the front, a video for the middle, and an audio recording that would turn into a video that we put on the end. And now at this point, my pre-recorded webinar that I made, now that I know that this is for a JV partner, has this one line in there. Wow. Thank you so much. I didn't even expect you to throw that bonus in. So now you have one more reason to get Groove. That's it. I now throw that line in. So basically, folks, what I do is I create what's known as a public webinar. And what do I use that for? I use that for all of my affiliates during my launch, and I use that for my advertising. But now we're going to be adding this feature. And what's going to happen is when somebody says, Mike, how do I get on Groove Digital Presents? I'm going to say, go through this channel, talk to Tom Beal. He's going to vet your product if we can get you on the schedule, etc. And you will need to mail for our automated webinar. But instead of mailing to this public webinar, what I'm going to do is Tom Beal is going to say to them, not only are you going to be mailing to a webinar, but we need you to record the intro, the bonus. And now if they don't do a bonus, then they interrupt and they just do an endorsement. Hey, Mike, if I could just jump in here for a minute. Wow, what you just demonstrated with Groove is incredible. I can imagine moving my entire business to Groove. So that it's either an endorsement or a bonus plus endorsement. And then, so now you can see, we're going to go over to here. Now what's happening is you want to become my JV partner. Great. I've got this webinar, and this is my public webinar MP4, right? Now I've also cloned this, right? I've hit the clone button in ScreenFlow, and I've created another copy of this. But now I'm just going to go in personally myself, and I'm going to record a little slightly different intro right here. Whoops. I'm going to record a slightly little different intro because I know that I'm being introduced. So I cloned this video right here, but I'm simply going to say, wow, thank you so much for that incredible introduction. Thank you. All right, let's get started. And then right here, I'm going to record something that is not in this video. And I'm going to record right here a comeback after being interrupted where I go, oh, wow, what an incredible bonus. Thank you so much. I wasn't expecting that. So now you have one more reason to buy. Right. And then over here, I don't even need to do anything else right here. I just know that they're going to come in and they're going to endorse something right here. So I'm going to add another point where I'm coming back from them telling them to buy. And I go, oh, great. Thank you very much. All right, everybody, that wraps it up. So I know that I'm going to be getting inserts. So now I give my JV partner a Google Doc and they do 3 reads for me. They read a Google Doc and they send me this video right here. And we're going to make this pink. And they give me this introduction right here. This is Alicia talking about me. And then this right here is Alicia going on for 6 minutes talking about all of her bonuses and why she thinks that my product is awesome and you must buy. And then right over here is Alicia just saying, hey, thank you so much, Mike, for coming on. As always, you've been stellar, et cetera, et cetera. And then again, remember, I had a slightly different ending where I addressed that person. So you see, I've got a public webinar here, and then I've got one that I know is going to have some introduction. So now to bring back what David said, what we are going to do is allow you to upload this video right here. And we're going to say, pre-roll this video right here. We're going to, just like a poll, we're going to add another video right here that's going to stop the current webinar, hold it in place and play this video. And then as soon as it's done, it's going to now play this video. Now, David, if this buffers and spins, we're not going to do it this way. What we're going to just have to do is tell that person to just stitch this into their into their recording. But again, at the end, they're going to put a video here. Either way, we're going to figure out the technology. But what's really, really nice about this is what happens now, folks, is what we just told you. And this is some really cool stuff. All that you need to do is you need to take a new webinar, and now you just did one with Alicia, and now Mark Ling is going to promote. You hit the clone button. That's it. And now you go into the timeline and you delete Alicia's video, and you delete Alicia's interruption, and you delete Alicia's close, because this is not the public webinar. This is the JV webinar, which had slightly different takes from your recording. And now you upload, you had Mark Ling read a script, and he sent you the 3 audios or videos, and then you upload at the beginning, upload at the end. And now I go into my webinar and I clone my webinar pages and GroovePages, and I create a webinar called webinar registration. That was my Biden impression there, folks. Dash ML for Mark Ling. I can hear you all laughing. Don't laugh too loud. You're distracting me. And then so what happens right now is I've cloned that Groove page, and now I'm going to add Mark Ling's picture. And now I'm going to change the registration button to this automated webinar I'm doing with Mark Ling. And now Mark Ling's going to mail his own page that I'm hosting for him with his picture on it. And it's Mike Filsame and Mark Ling, special event, this day only. They register for the automated webinar. I don't need to attend, but now I'm getting the 5% bump because I'm getting Mark Ling saying I'm a god, and he's doing the intro, and he's telling his members you need to buy, and he's adding a bonus. And this will literally add 33% increase in your webinar registrations. And now I can still do my launch, and I don't have to do a launch with public and then do 2 webinars a day over 14 days because 14 affiliates want to add more money to my pocket. It's just exhausting. I know, folks, right? First world problems. But I have to tell you, when you're running a company, you're running a launch and everything like that, you sit there just like at the end of the day going, oh my God, I got to do this all again tomorrow. Again, I get it. Shame on you. You're making hundreds of thousands of dollars. But if there was an easier way, wouldn't it be cooler to just be able to say to your person, yeah, I'll do a private webinar with you. I'll make it even easier. You don't even have to show up. I'm going to send you a Google Doc. Just get me a read of the intro, the bonus, and the end. Oh, okay. That'll take me 10 minutes, Mike. Great. And now I just put that into the timeline as David just showed you. I clone the webinar. I clone the page. And I say, just mail this. And now I sit back in Miami, in Brickell, in South Beach, on the marketer's cruise. It doesn't matter. Business is about automation. One of the things that we talk about is fast profits. It has to be fun. It has to be automated. It has to be scalable, and it needs to leave you time for time off. FAST, fun, automated, scalable, and time for time off. And so I cannot put that feature, I cannot tell you how important that feature is going to be, that you're going to be able to just clone a webinar and just drop different inserts from different people. And your Mark Ling's users are going to think Mark Ling is there live, or Alicia, or Jeremy Gislason, or Angie Norris, or Gus Sevilla, or any of our top affiliates are going. I'm going to do that for every single one of them and get them to do a bonus endorsement. The reason why I don't like to do it in the past is, yes, I know you want to do a bonus for me. I get it. But dude, I don't want to do a 3-hour webinar with you. I'll make you a lot of money. All right, you win. And I hate my life. I'm just so exhausted when I have to do 2 webinars a day for 14 days straight. It takes days off my life. I'm telling you. Sometimes it's just not worth it. So I'm excited about this feature. David, I'm going to have you pop in here to talk about your thoughts if you felt that was explained well enough, and how excited you are about that feature.
I think Donna will probably need to get somebody from the marketing team to cut this part off and just run traffic to it. This alone, I think, will sell GrooveWebinar better than anything else. So yeah, it was a very good explanation.
Yeah, and I don't know of anybody else that that actually does that with just like an automated webinar platform. I will say, however, A-Event does that, and I'll recommend them right now until we have it. But no buts. They're not as affordable as Groove. That's all I can say. I love them, and we've tried to work with them as much as possible. But at $497 a month, it was just not something that we saw was possible. We still recommend it, and let me give them a big compliment. If you are looking to do a launch, I would reach out to Barry Plaskow and Winter Valco, and I would pay them a percentage of your launch to help them. Now, you need to qualify. You need to be able to reach a certain milestone in sales for them to even work with you. But if you do, I can promise you the strategies that they will teach you will make you a lot of money. And they'll actually they're not just consultants, they're actually mechanics. So they will actually build everything out for you in your launch. So you can go to aevent.com, reach out to Winter Valco to help you with that. Because I would even tell you this, when we build this strategy out into Groove, I would still tell you to hire Winter Valco to be your consultant to build it out for you in Groove. That's how well he really knows this technology. In fact, I think this Wednesday, David, we're doing something with pick snippets, right? Donna, is that this Wednesday or was that last Wednesday? I should be asking Donna. I think she's away right now, but we're doing a Groove Digital Presents with pick snippets. Is that this Wednesday?
We have Mark Lack this Wednesday, so I'm not sure exactly what the
oh, okay.
Is.
Then it's, yeah, that's right. That's going to be in August or September even. So let me just make a small announcement. David, you want to know about this because you want to chase this down. So pick snippets we are doing a full deep integration like we did with Close Them with Laura and pick snippets. And by the way, I've convinced him to change his pricing model to allow people to sign up for free and create a free account and pay as they go. And then I'm talking him into offering our members where they can either pay as they go. For every 100 images, they'll pay $1, blah, blah, blah. Or they can just go with a lifetime where they'll never pay at $497. So we're going to be doing a presentation on this. But you see how this looks right here on the screen, right here? You can send out images where you take a picture of yourself like this. And I don't know if you just noticed the name is changing right here. So you can send out, and yes, folks, I'm telling you that you are going to be able to do this inside of Groove Mail. We're going to do an integration with them that you're going to be able to load an image from your pick snippets library. And so what is that? Let me see if I can actually, bear with me just a second here. I'm going to open up my camera here and I'm going to move over to here. And I'm going to, bear with me a second. I'll be right back. 5 seconds. Okay. In fact, I probably even have one in here because I did it, but I'm going to spare you the time. I'm not going to, you could do something like this. Right? And so what's going to happen is we're going to automatically write in there. Let me just change my camera. Is this the right one? Yeah. We're going to automatically, you can take any picture you want, any Canva, anything, as you see on the sales page. And you're going to be able to say, right on the, and we actually did this in our last launch, and it'll say, hey, Jim, David, Donna, Simon, Simone, whatever the person's name is, we noticed you didn't attend the webinar. It's still not too late. Click here to get a free gift. So we can send out these messages, ladies and gentlemen, with pick snippets, which is being developed and integrated right now deeply into the Groove platform so that when you do a Groove Mail or a Groove webinar or a text message, it's going to be able to, if we show my screen here again, whoops. If we show my screen, you'll be able to take a picture of yourself just holding up a white piece of paper and automatically send something like, are you coming to the webinar, or on a text message, or look at the other things that you can do with this. You can put right here, see how the name is changing right here? This image can be sent for cart abandon. The owner of this is Matthew Stafford and this gentleman right here as well. They're the owners. Matthew spoke at our event in Brazil, and he told me about this software, and I said, oh my God, we've got to get this integrated with the Groove. So you're going to see the Groove integration in here, but we're not just doing the way that it integrates here through like webhooks. We're doing deep integration into the app like we did with Closem. So the possibilities are endless. You're going to be seeing us doing a demonstration on that. But the bottom line that I wanted to let you know is that this can increase show rates from about 40% to 55% because people are getting custom-made text messages with images with you pointing to something. You know, you could be holding up an iPad like this that says, you know, first name, win this iPad, right? Or I can have a little Apple Watch and I'm holding up something and I'm holding up a piece of paper and pointing to the watch. It says, win this Apple Watch, sign into the webinar, or whatever. The possibilities are endless. All right, so David, that wraps up GrooveWebinar Automated, right? He's giving me the sound. I don't hear you. Did my audio go out?
No, I wasn't showing. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I have just a couple of extra slides for customization. We are simplifying that one. Let me just share that really quick. Currently, we have a preview and then we have a bunch of tabs on top. Yeah, so here we will be doing something like this, a drawer, and then when you click on colors and favicon, then it will show up, and then you can set up your brand colors, your favicon, your forms, and the other stuff. You will see also a preview when it comes to a form. You click edit, and then you'll be able to set things up here with a customization panel on the side. So it's going to be much more flexible than what we have here. We will probably able to add templates for the GrooveWebinar forms here as well, and things like different button types with 2 lines of text and things like that. So it's going to have its own customization panel or basically a dashboard for customization. Same thing with offers as well. Customizations of offers. You'll be able to see the live preview of how Beautiful. It will show on a webinar. Different types of offers like the sticky offer, the comments offer, the on-screen offer, and things like that. So you'll be able to manage that all in here. So yeah, that's basically it for the UI for GrooveWebinar that we designed with the UI team.
All right, and so folks, again, you can see a mammoth, I guess that's the word, monumentous task it is to create a software platform like Groove using David's words that I say. Again, we have the Get Me Done or the BTN, the Better Than Nothing versions, right? So we have to first build the structural skeleton. And when you guys take a look at what we're doing and you see me doing a demo and you see me say, oh, that simulated poll should actually be a simulation. You know, it's easy when the only thing you're creating is webinar fuel, right? See, all you're creating is webinar fuel, and it doesn't have to work with anything. Imagine a company that is creating a pay kickstart and a tap affiliate and a webinar fuel and a GoToWebinar and a StreamYard and an active campaign and a Shopify and a ClickFunnels and a Wix or Squarespace or a brand builder and a blogging platform and a Wistia platform and bigger plans on, and a proof software and things that we just didn't even have time to get to during this Groove-A-Thon, but we spoke about it in the State of the Groove Union, like the new Groove pop-ups, the Groove ads, and like, you know, like to have like what Opt-in Monster does, so you can pop pop-ups anywhere in the world. It would be so easy for us to end a software on version 1, like we did with GrooveMember, or as we say, the Better Than Nothing, the BTN, or the Get Me Done version. But we go through each of these apps and cycles, and we can see the user interface. We want it to be that when we are done with GrooveWebinar, that product alone will be better and light years ahead of anything at Stealth Seminar, EverWebinar, or Webinar Fuel or Webinar Ninja or any of those different companies out there that are great. Our point wants to be two things. Well, number one, we're better. And number two, we also include 17 other apps. So drop the mic. That's our point. And just to let you know how difficult of a task it is to talk about what we do, not only build it. Let's snap our fingers. Let's be a couple of years down the road. All the other 8 apps are done. They're not in the get me done. We're literally saying, what do we do? Do we lay off the developers? I'm joking. That would never, ever happen. But my point is, if we got to the point where we ran out of ideas, right? We still have the situation like I had with Roland Frazier, who is a friend of mine. I mean, I'm in a mastermind, with Ryan Dyson. I know Roland. And when I'm in town, we go out to breakfast together and we call each other on the phone. I have so much respect for that guy that you can't believe. That he could know me and still not know what Groove does. That we have to have a 3.5-hour breakfast for him to finally say, wow, Mike, if Groove does everything that you're saying it does, and look, Mike, this is breakfast. That's a lot of talk. But I got to tell you, you got me to the point that I'd like to build my next funnel on Groove. And Mike, if that goes well, we're going to build everything on Groove. But, you're going to have to prove to us what you do. Understand that I know Roland Frazier. We speak at Flight Club masterminds together or whatever the case is. I invited him to Brazil and he was going to be coming, but he had a conflict with the date. Even people like Matthew Stafford that was in Brazil, they've never logged into a Groove account. It is not easy, number one, to get everybody's attention, but we will. And let me tell you, when people know what you guys know, because I see what you're writing here in the chat, and you get on these Groove-A-Thons and you realize not only what it can do now, but what's coming, and I'm going to throw the name out there. I just am, that we are not a builder-all. And, one of the worst things maybe that could ever happen to Groove was the fact that builder-all happened. And I'll say one of the best things that may have ever happened to Groove is that I created Kartra, Webinar Jam, and EverWebinar. So people know that you can actually do these things and make them quality. And now we can go a step above from there. But I've said it before, I'll say it again. Show me somebody that's doing $10,000 a month that wants to build their entire business on Builderall. I think Builderall is doing these 0.8%, 0.8 versions of each different platform. And when you get there, they advertise that they do it. But when you get in there, they built it, but they haven't improved upon that particular app in a year or 2 years. And they're simply saying that they have these. This is my opinion on it. I've logged in. I've had a free trial. I went in and I was like, okay, so they've got everything here, but this is how you build a page with this? And I'm just completely unsatisfied with it. And the reason why I bring that up is because every single time that I talk to legendary people and I finally get them to see Groove, and they're moving to become the #1 affiliate for Groove instead of the #1 affiliate for the competitors. What happens is the very first thing that they say to me is, ooh, Mike, all in one, jack of all trades, master at none. And I said, I get what you're saying, but you have to give me an opportunity to show you. No, I've heard of these all-in-one platforms before. Mike, how are you going to be focused? How are you going to be focused? One of the reasons I like is that Active Campaign is just focused on being a good email builder. And this company is just, Wistia is just focused on video. I get it. But what if there was a way where you didn't have to pay $3,000 a month to those people? And I showed you something that was not only as good, but it was better and it worked together. And when I finally get their attention, their knees, you can't see me, but they got the knee tapping and they're doing this and they're looking at their partners and they're going, we're going to blow this up for you, Mike. We're going to blow this up. And I'm like, yes, double high five. You now finally have the DNA of Groove into your system. So you guys know it. You show up on these Groove-A-Thons, and I want to thank you. And then what you do is you go out there and you make these YouTube videos and you help us get the word out. We absolutely love you. We're not going to talk right now about future apps because they're coming. They're coming. As you can see, we're constantly working on these things. But the bottom line is you can go to the front of the website at groove.cm, and you can see that our plan is to build a pipe drive competitor called GroovePipe CRM. We're creating a funnelytics type of product called Groove Funnel Mapping. We're changing the way GrooveSell is going to work, where it has this builder. Like, remember Saturday that we built the automations? You're going to have a sales flow builder that's going to do all of the logic of your upsells, downsells, everything. We're going to be improving GroovePages and / Groove funnels, because we're going to allow you to publish into different folders, and we're going to have customer hubs. Oh my goodness. I know David is just realizing, oh my God, we had calls about that like a year ago. Like, what is going to be coming? We also have Groove Calendar that's going to be coming next year. We have Groove Quiz and Groove Survey. We have Groove Help Desk, which is going to be called Groove Desk. And then we have the live streaming version of the webinars that we went over today. So you're going to be able to do live streams. You're going to be able to do live webinars. You're going to be able to use the StreamYard cameras the way that we do, and also slide in people like a Zoom conference where you can have up to 25 people per page, 5 by 5 in a box, and paginate. But I love that you guys understand that, this stuff doesn't get done overnight. We could go wider, and we could start building the Groove Desk and the Groove Pipe and all those things right now. But what's going to happen is, then we're going to have, as David says, the Get Me Done, or the better than the BTN, the better than nothing version of GrooveWebinar. And we're going to check the box on GrooveWebinar. And so we had a meeting about 3 months ago, and we said, where do we go? Do we polish these apps and make them world-class and just spend another 3 to 4 months doing that, and then redo our user interface and GrooveSell and all these things that we showed you, and then maybe start on the other 6 apps that are still coming, the desk, the survey, and the pipe, and all those different things, which, let's face it, right now you can still run your business without them, right? You need a page builder, you need to sell your products, you need webinars and stuff. And so we're going to focus on that stuff next year. And then those are going to come out without a BTN, better than nothing, without a Get Me Done. Those products are going to be thought out well from the beginning and released at one time, just absolutely perfect. And so that's what I can tell you about the future apps. You could go to the front of the website and you could see at groove.cm, the ones that say coming soon, they're still in the pipe and they will be coming. But we are also making sure, like you saw the demo of Groove Member, it was just friggin' stunning. Groove Mail stuff, it's just awesome. So we're gonna do these Groove-A-Thons every 3 months or every 4 months. We'll do them 3 times a year or 4 times a year, especially when we have something to say. And we're gonna keep you informed. And we absolutely love doing this. Now, the last announcement that I want to tell you is that we are currently working on our studio, and we're paying a big bucks every single month not to use it, but we want to get the studio in Boca right. And so one of the things that we're going to be doing is we're building this huge LED panel and a stage, so you can do your own keynotes and Apple style keynotes. What did you say? Your own? Yes. We're going to be taking Groove Studio. Not only are we going to be using it, and we're going to be building a production studio out there for Groove TV, and we're going to be bringing guests in to do content. We're going to be doing regularly scheduled channel programming at Groove, I think Groove.tv or whatever it is. I forget that we're going to be doing a 24-hour live stream, 365 days a year, and that's going to be managed. But that's all great. That's not yet about you. That's just free content and free training. We're going to have like 7 different sets on there, like an Ellen style set, a podcast set. There's going to be a stage. We're going to do workshops, masterminds, different things like that. But here's the exciting thing. This studio is going to have a pre-lit whiteboard section. It's going to have a pre-lit teleprompter section with drop-down backgrounds or green screens. It's going to have producers. It's going to have people to man these things. I hope you see where I'm going. We are going to be able to rent you our studio. Don't know the prices, but let's just say it would be like $5,000 a day. And that means that if you wanted to do a live event workshop and it's available on the calendar, well, starting at $5,000, you can have people there to actually record your event. As we said, you're going to have screens. Let me show you, David, if you want to just show my screen here just real quick. I'm going to go to the, let me see. Let me go to the Groove YouTube channel. I'm usually logged in to my Groove channel in Safari. And you know what? I might be able to find, I'm just looking for a video, and I know that I texted to somebody. So let me just bear with me just a second. I'm going to show you. I'm waiting for my messages to open.
Mike, I shared it on Skype for you.
Oh, you found me the video of Brazil? Was that...
Oh, no, I just the YouTube channel.
Oh, okay. No, I'm looking for an actual video here. So let me just type in Brazil. And I know that last week I had sent this video. Okay, you guys are going to see this load on your screen right now. I'm going to go full screen. Okay. So what you're seeing right now, folks, this is an 8-foot tall LED screen that is probably, if I had to guess, I'd probably say 30 to 40 feet wide. So let's just continue to watch this video here. And what I want you to do is notice that this LED screen is behind a stage right here, and you're going to see people talking. And as you see them talking, you're going to notice that the screen is different here as well. Okay, right there. So there was, I was talking in Brazil, and you could see the entire background presentation changes as if you were just changing something on StreamYard. Now, you see how this is how the studio is going to be set up. Just like this, we're going to have chairs that we're going to be able to import and do workshops, not just for us. I'm going to explain this to you in just a minute. And we're going to have beautiful backdrops like you see here. Okay, right there. That's Glenn Ledwell talking. Now notice you could see Glenn. We can put anything we want on the backdrop. It's just like pushing a keynote. And you can see over here, his PowerPoint slides are here. And his PowerPoint slides are also over here. So what I want you to realize is that the new way that these things are going to be working is events are going to be done. You know, the big events you're already seeing, the Funnel Hacking Live, the TNC, you know, they have these huge LED screens as opposed to the old projector that's projecting the monitor up there. So we're building this screen and a stage and lighting and a production booth and working with a company. Let me just see if there's anything else I could show you here. Yeah, you're just seeing the background there like that. See how that just pops. So what I'm letting you guys know is that this studio is going to be available to you to rent. And there'll be different packages, but if you want to be able to do a keynote, like an Apple style keynote for your software, where you get up on stage and you invite all of your friends from Florida to get there in the audience, or whatever the case is, or your students, and you want to do a keynote, like we're doing the State of the Groovian right now, we might do our next State of the Groovian where I'm literally standing on stage like Steve Jobs used to, or Tim Cook does, or Craig Federici, and we're saying, all right, the next thing we want to show you is all new Groove, and then let's take a look. And it's just going to be, instead of doing it like we're doing here, we're stepping up the game. But we don't have a need to be in the studio every single day. We'll probably use it 6 months out of the year. And we don't have an office. The Grooveplex is a studio. So we don't have an office. So we all work from home, and we work virtually from all over the world. What that means is if we have a studio that's available 6 months out of the year, you're going to be able to fit 200 people in there to do your own live events and workshops. And you will be able to say to us, I want to come down there. I want to shoot my video sales letter. I want to shoot my on the teleprompter. I want to do some whiteboard work. I want to run a workshop. I want to do a mastermind with 8 or 10 people. I also want somebody there recording testimonials for me. I want to do a podcast. I'm going to fly somebody down to Miami, and I want to do 10 interviews over 3 days, and I want to do a podcast, or whatever the case is. Or you just want to do a live event or a workshop or a keynote or whatever the case is. The Grooveplex is going to be available to anybody that wants to rent it and have our producers run it for you. And we're going to have different packages on starting at about $5,000 to rent the studio for the day and on up, depending on what you need. And trust me when I tell you, if you try to do any of this type of stuff, where you wanted to, just rent a studio to do a podcast or to do a video sales letter, you're probably going to pay more than even our rates and not even have the production quality, because we also have video producers that we're partnering with a company called Media Zone Strategies, I think, out of Palm Beach. You can just look up Media Zone Palm Beach, and they actually run our studio for us. They have their own studio in Palm Beach, and they want to expand into Southern Florida and Boca so they can attract people from Miami. So they're also going to be selling the studio space as well. But if the time and the date is available, it's yours. So that is something new. So if you're wondering why we haven't been in the studio in a while, the studio is not going to be like that old cement echoey studio that we had. This thing is going to be literally the studio for digital marketers. And we're going to open it up to the entire industry to come out and be able to run, to do super quality video workshops and productions. Obviously, it's a certain size, so it's not going to be meant to do 400 and 600 person events. We're not going to be able to do GrooveCon there, but we'll be able to do workshops and masterminds, and we're pretty excited about it. So that's it. I think we're going to wrap this up today. This has been a 5-hour day. We started at 11. We're ending at 4 o'clock. On 2 products, and that wraps up the Groove-A-Thon. We're going to have John Garcia and sorry, poopy word. Sorry about that, David. We were going to be talking about some new stuff for GrooveCart. Maybe what we'll do is we'll just do that in a Lemonade this week. But if you want to just come in and announce that real quick, what we're going to be doing.
Yes, so GrooveCart received a lot of interesting updates as well that makes sense to talk about. We got new themes in the builder. We have subscriptions. We have
affiliate program.
We got a lot of interesting things, like, for example, the API and the webhooks. This was so long awaited. A couple of months ago, we have released the API and webhooks, and onwards we released almost every month something new and huge. So I wanted to kind of talk about that, but since it's already 5 hours, and if you are here with us from the beginning, I think you are trying to get away or eat something, or even Mike is thinking about if Michelle prepared something for food. I'm same way as him. So I think we're going to wrap up for today, and we're going to talk about GrooveCart on a different session, maybe later down the line this week.
That's it. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it, David. We have more time where we can do lemonades and have John Garcia and Frank Salinas do their trainings for you. Somebody had asked, where is the GroovePlex? It's in Boca Raton, Florida, in what's known as East Boca. It's about 2 blocks away from the water on East Palmetto Park Road in Boca Raton. But that's all that I'll give you right now. All right, David Lemon, Donna Fox, Simon Leung, Simone. I want to thank you all so much for being here and helping me get through these Groove-A-Thons. And that wraps it up for this quarter's Groove-A-Thon. And I want to thank all of you Groovesters for just being part of this awesome tribe. We absolutely love you. You ain't seen nothing yet. And next is we have our launch coming in August. We're going to be making some announcements and some videos about that. That launch is going to have the new offer that's converting better than any offer we ever did. We're going to have the new automated webinar for you to be able to promote. We're going to be adding that to the affiliate tools. So if you want, just check back maybe Thursday or Friday at groovejv.com and look at the promotion tools. Maybe next week, we're going to be writing some copy for you to actually start mailing that automated webinar now. And I'm going to tell you right now, if you want to promote Groove, you're probably going to want to promote that webinar instead of sending people directly to Groove. If you already have YouTube videos up out there, on like Amy Vo, she has hundreds of YouTube videos on Groove. I would recommend that Amy, when we get those links, that you simply go in and change those links to the automated webinar, or give them both links. It's just going to convert better, up to 5 to 6 times better when they go through the webinar path. So we finally got an automated webinar, and we're going to be publishing that for you guys as affiliates soon. Right now, that's it. We're going to take you out with some music. I'm Mike Filsame, your fearless leader of Groove.cm, because customers matter. David, let's roll it, and we'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.